Hello everybody, welcome back to another stream where we're gonna check out the endless mode in Roboquest. I have not showcased that mode yet on stream here. And I had a fun run off stream, so I was like, hey, why not show you what it looks like if you play a bit longer. And we might die instantly, so no idea how long the stream's gonna be, as I have no plans on doing anything else today on stream. If anything, maybe a new game, but yeah, so the plan is definitely just to chill and relax right here. And thanks to Lo-Fi Girl for the nice lo-fi jazz beats in the background. Credit to her, obviously, and whoever is affiliated with her. And here I'll just have a look at my microphone volumes because I forgot to check those. Okay, it looks fine. Okay, everything seems to be in order. And double checking, password, okay, blah blah blah. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Let's get going here. Sorry for the short delay here. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go over my build. So if you never played Roboquest and you're wondering what is this game about, it's a roguelite FPS. With a lot of weapons that are heavily inspired by like very popular games, for example like Overwatch. Right, so you'll find almost every gun from Overwatch in this game, some version. And there are different classes. This one is the Recon, which has a dash and can create clones, like a clone of himself. And yeah, and it's a roguelike where you just kill stuff, right? Like robots. And it also has co-op, and it's pretty nice. But in general, I do expect most people who will click on this video will know what it's about because it's the endless mode, right? And you can see my build basically is these items here. Those are I picked up and have some negatives. I don't even know what they are. We usually don't bother reading them. I just go with the flow. And yeah, that's basically it. That is my build. My build is I dash in, everything explodes, and I just attack the enemies with a high attack speed weapon. Yeah, it's pretty simple, not a very creative build, but you know, it seems to be pretty functional. I'm also playing on Guardian 4, which is the highest difficulty, so yeah, that's that basically. Also, we're keeping these stacked since we're already maxed out on level 42, and yeah, let's get right into it here. Gonna have to open my chat here. So. Oh, my tablet's slow today. Okay. I hope I don't die, because usually when I play these games I chill listening to something in the background, and this time I'm streaming, which is not my preferred way to play these games, to be honest, because it's like, I think they're a bit repetitive for me from a narration perspective, so I kind of showcase them every now and then, but it's nothing I would play on stream for hours on end, because I do feel like I would be... no, I'd rather watch or listen to a podcast in the background, right, while playing this game. So, yes, that's how I feel about it. So you can see all I do is dash in, create a bunch of damage, and try to get as fast of a reset on the ability as I can. And just everything around you kind of explodes after a while, so... Yeah, no idea what good builds are in the game, by the way. This is just everything I do in the game is based on my knowledge. So, no idea what is considered good or bad in the game. I just, you know, try to do something that works and go with the flow, and every single class in the game so far I've tried to get like a longer run going in endless mode, and so far it has worked out. So this is my Recon version basically of it. My first, not attempt at the endless mode with Recon, but one of my first, I guess, attempts, right? I didn't do so many, and it was kind of hard getting the build rolling at first because your boss killing potential is pretty shit at the start, but later it just gets pretty relaxed and you can get right in here. Yeah, I always want to press the button because it's like muscle memory from the base game, but you don't want to spend these things. If you don't know what this is the every time you level up after you don't have any things you can unlock anymore, because the game does limit the amount of unlocks you can get. You get like one of these as a choice, but you can stack them. So this is like an HP potion, currency, and damage boost for temporarily. So yeah, that's basically what it is, and I keep them for when I need them. right? So since I don't need anything at the moment, I'm not using it. It's like an emergency heal or damage boost for the boss fights where like I'm the most worried I might get bodied because I don't have any healing. Also, I've like omitted a few items from the item pool by not picking them up. So like I left them out because I think they're not good items for my builds, so you'll see those pop up when you go to the shop. I'm not using the armory either, so I haven't unlocked it yet. It's one of the things I didn't do yet in the base game, because it does require some knowledge of the secret areas I forgot. And I don't like using guides that much, and I feel like I would waste a bunch of time if I didn't use a guide for that. Also kind of interesting, while I'm streaming, the performance of the game seems to be a bit lower than off stream. So, I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? But it is kind of noticeable. Quite interesting. Never realized that was going to be an issue. Tonight, or like whatever time of day it's going to be for you, is the presentation of the 5090, right? The RTX 5090, and maybe, I mean, the 50 series basically from NVIDIA. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to do, especially with DLSS, right? More so than the raw graphics power. And yeah, looking forward to that showcase. And I will be buying one if the price is not completely unreasonable. But it will be really hard to get, I assume, even if the price is unreasonable. So, like, I'm already... Oh yeah, here you should probably pick this one once, so you have a bit more damage. Because I feel like this is one of the locations where I can easily just get, like, comboed by the boss. Yeah, I was also debating using the heal instead, so when you get low to heal up once, but... yeah, I'm not quite sure about that one. I also don't have the immunity legendary just yet. So the ball, so I don't have any iframes after getting hit every now and then, so that's kind of ass. I mean, this one, I never used the dagger, so I don't pick up stuff I don't need, like I said. So you might be wondering why you're not picking this one up. It's a good item, right? The reason why I don't pick it up is pretty simple. I have the modifier that gives you like hurting healing cells, and I have the absorbing one anyway. So I absorb the positive ones, and I don't want the negative ones to stay. And I don't know how this one interacts with it, so I'm kind of like, you know, I'm just like assuming it would also make those stay longer. And I don't want to risk it, so that's why I'm not using it. Yeah, also upgrading the shuriken here. More reload, not really relevant to me, to be honest. I almost don't reload. I do wonder, do I have the bag? See the items on the right side too. I don't think I have the shopping bag yet. I would love to buy that one, but yeah, we'll see. That's gonna happen. Yeah, basically what you want to do is you want to dash in and just like hit a bunch of enemies. And then you want to crit to get the reset on your ability and to do it all over again. So that's basically how the build works, right? You get a short stun here, then you go in, you just dash again. I also have the healing on dash, so every time I dash, my scratch damage gets refilled, so it's pretty nice. Yeah, also I went bouldering pretty hard yesterday, so my muscles are a bit sore, and then I played this for a bunch of time too, so I'm like not the fittest, but it's really interesting how the performance is so different now while streaming. That is really, really surprising. I thought the game, I mean, it is on a 4090, right? So I didn't expect the game to... Oh, you know what it is? Did I... Oh, wait, am I stupid? Did I lock? Did I forget to re-up the frame rate? I hope I didn't. Yeah, that would explain it probably. No, I did. Never mind, sometimes I change the FPS limit for my TV because it's only on 120 Hz versus the 240 on this PC. And yeah, when I play on that TV, I just like change the FPS lock. And sometimes I forget to undo it. But no, it seems to be running pretty poorly. But maybe the endless mode also, because at the point I got here, right, I was like already playing for so long. And maybe I got used to it because it got gradually worse. But now that it's like going back in, I can definitely feel like it's a bit worse. But that's why we're getting the 5090, because we really need it for Roboquest. I'm just kidding. No, we're getting the 5090 for all the heavier games, like the Pathways games, and also to give this PC to my girlfriend. So she will have a 4090 PC pretty soon, and the 3090 PC, my old PC, is gonna go to her partner, and yeah, so like Nothing's going to waste, basically. It's not like I'm throwing away. Honestly, selling this PC would be very good too, just like from the money perspective. But yeah, since I do game together with them, I want them to have a quite decent PC. And my old PCs, I think, I mean, the 3090 one's getting a bit dated now, but it's still really good, right? It's not like a terrible PC or anything. So, still very, very usable. Yeah, like the expected lifespan is like 6 years for every PC. I think that's pretty reasonable. And I also like buying high-end if I can afford it, because the thing is, if you buy mid-end, you never have the best at any moment in time. If you buy high-end, you should start with the best and then you deteriorate to medium performance over time. So it's like more value over time, and you get to enjoy the peak value basically proposition. So it's like, yeah, I think if you have the ability, and also you can resell it, right? If you think like a 5090 is going to be too expensive for you, you should look at what you can sell your 4090 for, right? Right now. And I expect the 5090s, I mean, you should always expect it will fail, right? And you will have to fully buy it and you can't resell it. But in theory, you should be able to resell it almost for MSRP. So I wouldn't be too worried about that, right? So if you really have enough money to purchase it and you don't need the money, like, as you know, over the years, you can basically like just sell it every single time and buy a new one. So for example, let's assume you bought it for $1,500 US, like the 4090, and you know, the new one's going to be like 2,000. You can resell it for almost 1,500, and then you can get it the new one for 500, right? Assuming the price increases, but it's still, you're gonna save quote unquote a fuck ton of money like that. So yeah, the price stability definitely helps the consumer in this moment if you want to sell your stuff. So yeah, it's kind of not as expensive. I mean, upfront it's really expensive, right, to get it once, but then, you know, maintaining it is still not cheap, but it's definitely cheaper than you would expect because of how easy it is to sell stuff these days for a high price. I mean, I'm not talking scalping, I'm just talking selling your old hardware when you're buying new one, right? Like a completely legit interaction. It's pretty crazy, man. Like, I didn't expect this game to have any performance issues when streaming. I mean, I don't have an FPS counter active just right now. I mean, you should also probably check if the streams are doing fine while playing this. It's a pretty relaxing game, all things considered. I think the endless mode is very zen in a way that you don't have to, you know, it's not like you really need to try hard anything. It's just like casual fun. And I think the main problem the mode has, and I do think, right, as one of the people that can consistently run the game on the highest difficulty and get a run going, I think it's too hard at the start, right? The game definitely has a difficulty curve issue in Endless. It starts off really hard and gets really easy relative to what it was, and I think that's not a good thing. A lot of people are frustrated at the start. The double bosses specifically are way too annoying for them, and I agree. I think they're way too hard at the start compared to the late game. And it's kind of, for me, I feel like it's like, you know, you have to earn the Endless, right? You have to earn getting OP, but I think it's a bit too tight, right? There are too many runs that do end up, you know, being like, okay, I died to the first boss because I fucked up, right? And it's very easy to do. And I know a lot of people don't like that, and I agree. I think they should definitely readjust the initial curve. And I also think the late game curve is not good, to be honest, for people that don't want to spend hours on it, right? Because here, I'm already, like, we can see this 2 hours and 40 minutes in, and that is not counting the pause screen that the game has during intermission areas and stuff like that. So it's probably like closer to 3 hours or something I've been running this run. And it could go on for a very long time if I don't fuck up, right? And I think it's too easy not to fuck up. I think the game should ramp way faster, and it should be a real challenge to keep going, not from a DPS perspective, but from a survivability perspective, right? At some point, I basically want to be forced to play hitless to go further. And, well, not hitless, right, but like something close to it. And this, as you can see, it's not really getting harder at the moment. So at some point it will probably be hard, right, but it's very slow and you can just enjoy the flow. The reason why I'm not the biggest fan is because now the upgrades are kind of getting boring, right? You almost have everything you want and you're just waiting for the few legendaries you don't have. And they're pretty random when they show up. I hope the game doesn't crash when I alt-tab when I stream. I'm making sure the streams are doing well because it's in stream for a while. Yeah, the no drop frames, everything. Oh, it's so nice. You can't imagine. I mean, you can imagine once you had it, you were streaming with while dropping frames, right? You never forget that feeling of, you know, just never knowing when your stream's gonna crash. And I mean, here the Intel CPU is the problem if it crashes, so I'm really looking forward to, you know, moving to AMD. But then there is a really unfortunate issue with Roboquest, where, and it is really unfortunate, where basically Roboquest has an issue with AMD CPUs overheating, and not overheating, but heating up pretty heavily. And it seems to be consistent across a broad array of Zen CPUs. And I really hope that's not gonna be an issue, because I really like the game, and I hope I can still play it on my new PC without, you know, overheating it. But every time I see, you know, a software overheating a specific platform, and not every single person is affected by it. And thanks for the follow, Subatomic Surfer. Yeah, every single time the A's are at the start, right, when it was too slow. Yeah, every single time I see a hardware failure that is not like affecting everyone, it's not the game code, it has to be hardware specific. Intel is fine, some people on the same CPU are fine on AMD. So something together with the AMD platform, this game seems to trigger some kind of weakness in the platform by heating up the CPUs, I guess, unnaturally. But I don't think it's the game specifically. I think it's a bit like maybe the Intel issue, but it's very specific to this game, which is why people are a bit different. And hey, hope you're doing well, Subatomic Surfer. We're just chilling here in endless mode. And since I usually don't play this game on stream, I might just end up just failing pretty quickly. Yeah, I did the start of the run off stream, and I was like, yeah, why did I never show this on stream, right? Why did I never show the game's endless mode on stream? Yeah, I wasn't sure. So I was like, yeah, this is showcase it maybe. I usually do like Roboquest a ton, and for whatever reason I never did the update on stream. I guess I was like busy playing Indiana Jones or something. Not Indiana Jones, but some other game I didn't want to interrupt or something. Because usually when I start playing Roboquest on stream, I know it's going to end with Roboquest on stream. Very rare that I pivot to another game afterwards. Oh, this looks really bad. I hate when you don't have the stun ready for the start, because it's going to make it so much more likely to get comboed. Yeah, I feel like confident that the build is okay. I have no idea if this is a good build or anything, but it feels pretty good to me. I will try to read chat in the moments where I'm in a room where it's like safe, like here. It'll be paused as well, right? I should be safe here, hopefully. And you're doing great, that's nice. And you just started another endless run with the engineer. Is the engineer fun in endless? It's one of the classes I haven't done yet, because I usually just like haven't had that much time to play Roboquest because of all the other games. So I have only done a few classes, but I haven't done the engineer yet. So how does this HP pool hold up? Is it like, does it seem viable? Or do his minions die pretty quickly? I don't need any of those. I'm like very simplistic. If it works, I don't change shit. Right, I'm not gonna take any gambles on new weapons or stuff. I like really like this build, the way it's going at the moment. This seems pretty useless to try anything else right now. So I just take like objectively good items and not like potentially run losing items. Okay, we did it. Yeah, I'm like a huge fan of buffing the drones up. I like a nice shock build in Endless. I've never made it that far, honestly, because I suck at this game. I mean, I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. The first one is, on what are you playing? Are you on Switch? Are you on PC? And the second one is, are you comfortable with the settings you have? Because usually, a lot of people, when they say they suck at FPS, what I usually read from that is that they have bad settings. Because I think most people are pretty good at FPS if they got a good setup going. Okay, yeah, you're on Xbox, okay. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, I don't know how it plays on console, right? If you're a mouse and keyboard, you have so much control in this game. I have no idea how the aim assist is and how it works. So you might just actually be limited by your input. I don't know, right? So usually I always start with there, because a lot of people think they're bad at something, but usually it's just practice and good settings for a lot of games that are like more simple. It's not like you have to write a thesis about this game, yeah. But I think in Endless mode, there is like this curve, right? There are different milestones. The first one is you get your core stuff ready. Then you get like this power spike of all the synergies. Then you get all the upgrades and you pivot to this one. And then once you have this, you get a lot of money and you can suddenly afford all these items, right? So, and that's, I think, the last real power spike. And now at the moment, I'm basically waiting for something that will give me a bonus, right? All these items are completely useless. I'm just maintaining this, and this is like my healing potion. Like, this is just, I keep this for like when it gets difficult, I guess. And then I just press this button a lot, and sometimes this one. Yeah, so I'm just waiting on items. And what I kind of don't like is that there doesn't seem to be a way to increase your rarity on the item. Because I would like to make this one legendary. But I also don't want to risk the stats while upgrading, because when you upgrade, usually you reroll all the stats. So it's kind of risky, but you don't even get the option, which is kind of sad, because this guy here is already completed, so no idea. That's gonna go. But at the end of the day, right, it's a game and it's about fun. So if you feel like you suck at the game, that's not a problem as long as you're having fun, right? Games are all there for fun. It's not about performance. You might see like crazy people online, not me, right? There are other people that do like speed runs, like crazy, really crazy stuff in the game. And I never feel like compelled to do it myself usually. I just like play it the way I like it, right? And if it doesn't work out, I just, you know, I just play other games. Yeah, so usually it's for me, it's a relaxed experience, right? I kind of did this because I finished Marvel Rivals, hitting high elo there, and I was like, you know, I'm waiting for the patch for Marvel Rivals to come out, and I was like, but I still want to play an FPS, but I just don't want to get target banned every match, because I was in so high elo that you get like target banned if you play only one character, and I only played Psylocke. If you know what, if you don't know what Marvel Rivals is, it's basically Overwatch, right? It's Overwatch with dare I say, even better to some degree. And yeah, there's a character I really like in the game, and once you get good on characters in high elo and you see people again and again and again, the game shows, unfortunately, your name on the loading screen, and then people will just target ban your hero. And I don't enjoy the other characters as much, so I'm like not enjoying. I could make a Smurf, but I hate smurfing. Smurfing is such a big move towards people. You're just ruining games basically. It's fun, right? Because you're just like shitting on people, but it's not fun for me. I think for the other people. So that's why I don't do it, and that's why I don't play on my main at the moment. And I just wait for the patch to fix mouse smoothing, and also definitely hopefully get rid of the fucking target ban shit. That's so annoying. It should just like every other game doesn't tell you that you're playing against a certain player before you play, right? So they definitely do have to remove the names from the loading screen. It's like a real issue. I mean, in high elo, it doesn't affect 99% plus % of people, right? It's a really minor issue. But still, it is the reason why I pivoted to Roboquest again in the meantime for my FPS needs. I don't suck at the game exactly, I just make dumb mistakes. Yeah, I mean, one mistake and you're dead, right? The game is very punishing in that regard, that you don't have a lot of freedom in making mistakes, right? Especially early. Later you get more like leeway, but at the start you can just like die in one mistake, one bad position in the boss fight, and you're dead, right? So that's why it's like really easy to die, and can be also frustrating because you're wasting a lot of time sometimes if you have a cool build going and you know, oh, I'm not gonna get this one anytime soon again. Yeah, using mini cricket, bull shotgun, and now I'm contemplating picking up this fantastic igniter gun. I think the guns are kind of... I don't have the arsenal upgrade unlocked yet, so I kind of get all the shit guns I never use, which is really unfortunate, but I'm also kind of too lazy to unlock it, so I would probably just need to spend an hour or so to do like an easy mode run where just like, I don't know how many, actually is one run enough? I don't even know, but just like go on easy mode so I can do it really quickly and just get the arsenal guy, but I'm kind of way too lazy for that. So I'm just like rolling with all the weapons, and I just pick up whatever feels good. When something feels like shit, I just pivot back to the weapon I just dropped, and hopefully I can get back to it. Yeah, so I don't really have favorite weapons, I just have some weapons I really hate. Some of them are really bad in my opinion and can ruin your runs, and I kind of, I don't know why, but I kind of feel like heavy weapons early on in Endless mode, they just make you so shit at moving during boss fights if you don't use like, I mean, I know all the movement tech, right? I could use the rocket bounce off the wall with like, for example, the commander or whatever. You can just like do the you can do that grappling hook, rocket bounce, and you know, just float around. But since I'm not the biggest fan of abusing movement tech too much, but yeah, I said I wanted to pick this one up for sure. Ah no, never touching this one. See, that's what I mean, you just have to be aware of which ones you're never gonna touch. This one is just a net plus, but I don't use grappling hooks on enemies. I mean, it's a net plus though, so I should probably pick it up. Oh wait, legendary items are limited? Oh no, he doesn't find any more green items? No, I have no idea. Maybe we could gamble, but I wouldn't even know why. Yeah, I mean, I have guns I like, but I have more guns that I don't like that are memorable to me, because every gun can be somewhat useful, but some of them really, depending on your build, can completely ruin the build. So it's more like character specific for me. The bandito gun, any sniper, any bow, mini cricket, just massive single hit weapons. Oh, so you like the one-shotty build thing? I mean, it really depends on the character, right? Some of them really do need high attack speed to work. And others are really good for one-shot builds. You can also go for the blink, I guess, your bonus damage build, where you can like, do huge crits. But I kind of feel like the game is designed around a lot of AoE. So, like the single target stuff is nice, I guess, when there are not that many enemies. But you can see here, right, the more enemies are on screen, I think it's more useful to have fast weapons so that you can just like clear a lot of enemies in a short time. Because I think the game, if it had more single target, like big enemies that have a lot of HP, I think like the one-shot sniper builds that do insane damage could be really cool, right? But the majority of the game is actually just like a lot of trash mobs in front of you. So I don't know how useful, I think, especially in the Endless mode, the snipers are for me personally a lot. I mean, I pick them up early, right? But I usually don't end up playing them at the end. Because I just feel like it's kind of easier just to spam. Like, I don't know, it just like feels... This is way easier than having to single-handedly target every single enemy. Yeah, I'm not using this. I always have the muscle memory still from the early stages, and I want to press upgrade as soon as possible. I kind of feel like they should have done this with a different icon. I mean, it does say new booster, but at the same time it also is kind of... It's kind of weird. I have no idea, does the game still get harder actually? Because it doesn't seem like it's getting any harder at the moment. I'm not really paying attention to the meta stuff in the background. Because they're gonna change it, right? They're gonna patch it, and then I don't want to remember stuff in the first iteration if they're gonna change it anyway. And a lot of people are dissatisfied, so they're gonna change it probably. I mean, not just satisfied in oh my god, it's so bad or anything, but it's too hard for a lot of people. So they will probably nerf certain parts of it and change how maybe the progression works. So yeah, like I mean, I've been with the game since early access, right? So I know how much they can change. I just hope they're gonna adjust the difficulty curve for the sake of most people. Oh yeah, you like infinity. Wait, if it's over level 100, I forgot about this. You get the infinity logo. That's funny, because you might wonder why is that? That's because they have only a 2-digit display system. And they would use an additional like art design pass to make it, you know, more nicer, I guess, like visually. So they said, fuck it, we're not gonna go over 2 digits and just put an endless there, which is technically wrong, right? Since the level is not endless, it's just like over 100. And with the engineer, I just use my drone swipe rooms and my big one-shot guns to kill bigger threats. Yeah, that's true, right? You have like the AoE from your quote-unquote from your drones for the small stuff, and you can just focus on the big ones. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because if you don't need to shoot at anything, then it's perfectly viable. That's true, right? Like I said, certain weapons with certain classes do seem way more interesting. The thing is, I like variety, so I usually just tend to pick up, for every single run, I pick a different weapon, and then once it works, I kind of build the run around it, and then I don't pivot anymore. So, I mean, for endless, right? So that's why we're like sticking to this, but it's not because I like this weapon too much. You know what? This is good for bosses, to be honest. I think this is good, I think. Maybe. I hope it is, because we can still heal if we need to heal. And you get a fantastic Hurricane rifle, so I'm keeping that forever. Hurricane rifle is actually unfair. You think it's OP? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's OP or not. It's good for sure. I like it too. But I wonder if it's like OP, because you can see what I'm doing here with the shurikens, right? Like it's just like spamming against most normal enemies. It's like completely fucking crazy how easy it is to kill them. So I don't know if like, let's say it's OP or not. It's really hard to say, right? Because depends on what you're doing, because it doesn't do that much damage against this big guy. So yeah, I do wonder. There a really OP weapon in the game? Because I know a lot of speedruns are using the bouncing knives for the normal runs, like not the endless ones, because you can just like get so fast clears on everything because like it has so good AoE. Yeah, I don't know, because by now I think the balance is pretty okay in the game. I think you could make most weapons into a good run. And none of them seem like extremely OP, like they one-shot everything. But I don't know, right? Like I said, I don't follow the build making of other people too much. And I'm pretty sure there are people that do like theory crafting, and you could also do math, right? It's kind of funny because I like math, right? Like I'm an engineer and scientist. But at the same time, when it comes to games, I'm kind of like, I don't like math too much, right? I like programming and stuff like that, that's really cool, but when I play a game, I don't want to be doing Excel spreadsheets or like coding to like analyze stuff. I don't know, when I play games, right? For me, it's like not min-maxy. Which is kind of interesting. I've always been like that, right? I care a lot about like scientific stuff and like research and accuracy and stuff like that, but I don't really care about that when I am in my free time too much. Like it's like, I know so much about AI and all the coding stuff and all the, you know, algorithms, but when I play, I usually just want to, you know, have fun and enjoy myself without thinking about those things too much. Like I also know a lot about the game engines and stuff like that, so I could also always analyze, you know, the issues. But I don't know, I'm just like very, very superficial when I play games. Unless I stream sometimes and then we talk about tech, but that's just streaming. When I'm off stream, you won't be catching me like thinking about AI while playing a video game. Unless I'm then listening to an AI podcast or some shit. But here it's pretty easy. All we want to do here is just keep like the damage up, and we're not even using those, right? We have a huge backlog. If it's getting difficult, if it gets difficult, we can just like fall back on those. Yeah, I think the most common deaths are in the early stages. I think sub 10 is the easiest to die. And then later, I can't remember when I die usually. I mean, it must be around level 100 usually. With that I die, but I can't remember because it's been a while since I played the Endless mode. And I haven't done that many runs. Because they take up a lot of time, right? That's the problem. I'm already almost, I guess, 3.5 hours real time maybe in this run. So I don't have that much time to play these. I mean, I have time, but I do spend it on other games. So, yeah, that's why I'm like not completely sure what I did back then. Should have streamed them, so I would have known. I usually like to go back and see sometimes what I did, right? I don't know if anyone else feels like that. Just like sometimes you want to know what you did like 2 years ago in a game and you're picking it up again. and you just can't remember the details anymore, and just want to maybe quickly look it up again. That's what it's really nice when you have like an archive of your gameplay somewhere. Yeah, and I also haven't streamed any Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I have this rule that I don't stream competitive games usually, because I usually what happens is I just play those, right? I could just play Marvel Rivals or any competitive games I enjoy the entire day, and then I don't play the games I play on stream anymore. And then when I start streaming those, I feel like I'm just like taking away the potential for other games that I would have played. So streaming is basically dedicated to the non like grindy games, I guess, to some degree. Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Because I mean, I do play at high elo, so I guess that would be interesting to some people, but it's kind of weird that I don't enjoy streaming it that much. I mean, I do maybe enjoy it, but I kind of don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day we're gonna do one like Marvel Rivals stream, so you can see basically what I'm doing when I'm not streaming, I guess, and playing games. But I don't know. I'm just like very casual on stream. And I also think like streaming does, I mean, since I do like to talk to people, right? I'm not like, there are a lot of competitive streamers that just focus completely on the game, which is fine, right? Which is also the right thing to do. But I would catch myself probably talk to you guys and like just like talk about random shit, probably throwing a bunch of matches. So yeah, no idea how I would perform while streaming, because I know that I'm way worse on stream. Like I know that from all the data I have, that I'm significantly worse sometimes when I'm streaming. Especially when it comes to awareness, right? It's not too much about maybe the mechanics or something. It's more about like knowing what the fuck you're doing on stream. Yeah. But trust me, if you don't like doing math and spreadsheets in games you'd hate. FM24. Wait, FM24? FM24. That is not FIFA Manager, right? What does FM24 stand for? Yeah, football. Yeah, Football Manager, not FIFA Manager, but Football Manager. And hey, something thing. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're not picking up all the items I think are bad, but I might be mathematically wrong. It's just like my intuition. So some items might be objectively better, and I just don't pick them up because I have no idea they are, so. And the thing is, right, usually games, the formulas are not apparent in-game, because there's a lot of ways you can like have multiplication and addition interact, and not every game does it the same way, so sometimes it sounds really amazing, but it's really bad, because they maybe just add up the numbers instead of multiplying them, or there's some kind of cap going on, and it's like really hard sometimes to know, right? And a lot of games, especially I think this game too, doesn't have any weird exponential shit in it, which is good, right? Exponentials are really bad for game design. And a lot of people that play Isaac in these games and they, you know, enjoy breaking games, that's just because the game is coded in a way that has a lot of exponential increase in power levels. And I think that is always bad. You always want to avoid that your game can explode, unless the game is meant to do that specifically. But I think a lot of games do suffer as a result, because it means there is no balance, right? And how do you balance a game around exponential like not difficulty, but exponential power levels? It's impossible. So you would end up probably getting an unbalanced game. And yes, Football Manager. I think I found out the better weapon. The better weapon item synergy, by the way. Yeah, what is it? And I mean, maybe I have to put that in like perspective. I like managing games. I like RTS. I like grand strategy. I never play them anymore. As a kid, I played a bunch. I was like really high in the ladder in Warcraft 3. I like enjoyed playing Hearts of Iron. Right, a lot of games I really like. I don't play anymore, and the reason is because they're too close to what I would consider. They take a lot of time to get into them, and the information you need to remember is a waste of my space in my brain, basically. So I like prefer to have that for my work environment instead of my gaming environment. So the games I usually play are pretty simplistic games, right? I mean, that doesn't mean they're easy. It just means they don't use too much unnecessary space, hopefully, and don't have a significant learning curve initially, right? So when we play Souls games, for example, that's pretty casual, or like, I don't know, all the games we play basically are pretty casual games from a learning perspective, and we usually don't end up playing, you know, a huge campaign on Hearts of Iron or Europa Universalis or all those games, right? And yeah, that's why I usually just steer clear of those, because I could just literally spend the same time with the same amount of fun too, just doing my job, right? So at the end of the day, it's like, it's my trade-off, right? When I play games, I avoid the things I do for fun already in my work environment. And yeah, so that's how I am. But I can imagine the people that don't have a work environment, that you basically maybe you, I don't know, you like more like your work is quote unquote more simplistic, and then it's maybe fun to, maybe some people just enjoy it anyway, to do both, right? But maybe then you could enjoy it more because it's like, okay, yeah, when I was at school, for example, I didn't do shit in school, right? Just like chilled there and hang out with friends. It was really fun, right? But I didn't do much, so I didn't mind doing games that required me to invest time into it, because I didn't invest any time into school. So back then it was very different. So now I would never go back and to those games unless I have an infinite amount of time and my brain has an infinite amount of capacity. Yeah, so it's kind of weird, right? Like how you change when you get older. Like you avoid things you like because you have things that are similar that you also like that are a bit more valuable. I'm just glad I still play new games. I mean, like I was worried when I was younger I'm gonna end up not playing any games anymore. I'm just gonna go back to the same old games, like a few friends of mine. It never happened, thank God. And CD plus Behemoth shotgun. Is CD cooldown? Or what is CD? I mean, like I said, I'm not too much into the abbreviations of the game. There's even people playing Lawn Mower Simulation, they must be unemployed. I mean, the thing is, right? That's what I mean. That's a game I could imagine playing because it's so different from my job that I'm like, oh yeah, this is like quote unquote zero IQ gameplay, but it can be relaxing, right? Like this game too, for example, here, this doesn't require any thoughts or whatsoever, right? So I do think that is a game I could see myself playing, like these washing simulators and all those things. But I would probably not do that on stream, but I would do that while listening to a podcast or something. It's just like brain off games can be very, very nice, to be honest. But yeah, if your job is literally picking up stuff or cleaning up stuff, you're not going to be probably playing those games in your free time, right? And the same applies basically to me for the other things. Like I wouldn't, for example, there are really good programming games, which are like not real programming languages. They're based on like some kind of fantasy language. And every time I play those games, I'm like, I could just go and code, right? Why don't I learn more real algorithms instead of wasting my time on a video game? So that's why I'm like, I mean wasting quote unquote, right? So that's why all these great programming, there's a bunch of them, by the way, if you really if you like the idea of programming, but you don't like actual programming, there are tons of really great games out there, and they're really fun too. But at the same time, you could also just learn to code, right? So the question is, if a game is too close to work, why not work, right? Yeah, that's the question I'm asking myself sometimes. The CD is bonus fire rate per kill. Oh, the CD, the legendary item, which I maybe will get one day too. Wait, I do have it, right? You can see in the right side here. Bottom right corner, I have the CD. Yeah, it's really good. That's also why I picked up the bag, because the bag will make us reset a bit slower afterwards. Yeah, just a bit unfortunate that a lot of bosses don't have ads and you can't kill them to get the bonus damage. So I kind of think maybe the game needs boss fights that have more ads that can also spawn healing cells, because a lot of synergies that revolve around healing, regenerating, and healing cells are not active, right? Or killing are not active during boss fights. So most boss fights. I think it's kind of a shame that they didn't go with this a bit more of a boss plus minion waves type thing. And no, I'm not talking like long waves or anything, just a little bit, right? That's also nice, the refill every single time. That's really cool, yeah. So you can like get an infinite, quote unquote, 60% what it is, bonus. This is 60. Yeah, 60%. Yeah, and also when I play games, usually, when it's not a single player game, I know I'm not gonna play for a long time, I just like, often, I kind of just like, don't try to memorize everything. Just like everything that's important, I hope I'm gonna memorize, but I'm never specifically making any effort to memorize items. So what I know is just like what I kind of stuck with me. Yeah, we're gonna see that when I'm gonna go back to playing Metaphor. It's gonna be so... Yeah, Metaphor I do make an effort to understand the mechanics. So this is really annoying to play a JRPG and not understand why stuff doesn't work. And yeah, so I'm gonna invest, I guess a half an hour to recap for the second time now. And then I'm gonna hopefully finish Metaphor before the RTX 5090 comes out. Because it's one of the games that will not benefit from it. So yeah, Metaphor, and then all the games we've postponed because of the 5090. Especially Horizon Forbidden West without DLSS, because it's such a stuttery mess, unfortunately. Yeah, looking forward to that, man. I've waited half a year. I guess I've waited longer, technically, because the game has been out on PlayStation for I don't know how long, but... Yeah, it's kind of sad that the game still isn't fixed to this day. And I'm so sensitive to stuttering too. I don't mind like lower frame rate sometimes. I really hate stuttering though. Stuttering is what really kills my enjoyment really quickly. As soon as a game really stutters, it's like not over, but especially a visually nice game like Horizon, like it just ruins the entire atmosphere. It stutters really significantly, like has so inconsistent frame times. It's so annoying. Yeah, I wish I didn't care about that. Like, people that don't care about these things, it's so good for you. You're so lucky you don't care. Every time I see a person that can like enjoy that, like I did as a kid too, right? Because I didn't know any better. I was like, oh, that's so great, right? Just like enjoy the game. It doesn't matter if it's running at 30 FPS. Just like enjoy it, right? And these days, I'm so used to it being fluid that every single time it isn't, I'm like, oh, it's just like I can't unsee it anymore. I wish I could. I wish I was fine with 30 FPS, terrible frame times. But I just can't anymore. It's really, that's why I always say if you can't like maintain the status, there's no point in going to a friend's place and checking out high-end PC gameplay while you're on console and being like, oh yeah, that's great, right? Or an OLED TV or something if you don't have an OLED. Because yeah, you're gonna know what it looks like and you're gonna miss it. If you don't know what it looks like and feels like, you're not gonna miss it. Unless you're like your brain tricks you into thinking you're missing it, but it's a real difference, right? Once you know it, you're gonna actively miss it. And otherwise you're just going to pretend you might miss it. So that's why I held off OLED for so long, because I knew it was going to be really good, but there was nothing on PC that was worth going into it, because it was like low, it was super expensive, a lot of burn-in problems, low refresh rates, and I was like, nah, fuck that, right? Only 4K, no DLSS at the time. It was just terrible. And so I waited a few years, and now thankfully we have it, and I'm really glad I didn't do it earlier because I would have missed it so much. I mean, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, this is the point where I feel like the run should kill me. Like legit. I think I don't even know if we can get legendaries anymore, or if the pool is like exhausted. Because it felt like, honestly, we might not be allowed to take another legendary. I kind of forgot about that. So there must be a limit to the legendary items you can pick up. I guess we picked up good ones, hopefully. The CD is one of them. I don't even know. Kind of doesn't tell you the rarity, but I can't. Yeah, Magic Broom is kind of shit, to be honest. So if I had known, I wouldn't have picked up Magic Broom. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's a limit, but that would mean that the run basically is gonna stagnate until I die, and the game doesn't seem to make any effort to kill me. So yeah, I hope they're gonna do an exponential difficulty curve. I don't like exponentials in power level for characters, but I do like exponential difficulty curves for enemies in endless modes, because that just means you're gonna, at some point, it's gonna be mega hard to survive, and everyone's gonna die at some point, and then you get maybe like, let's say, 3-hour long run max, right, statistically. And then like the top runs are gonna be like a few of them every now and then, because you're gonna go no hit for a while or something. Yeah, but I'm not talking bullet spawns, right? They never should increase the enemy HP to a level that makes it unfun to kill stuff. That would be a huge mistake. I don't remember the game ever got to this point in this one. I don't remember. Let's see how long we're gonna survive for, because this basically, I would be okay dying right now, right? I don't think there's gonna be anything too exciting happening anymore from a run perspective. So I'm like, you know, it's like, kill me, go ahead. I hate killing myself in games for no, I mean in endless modes, because it always feels like you're throwing away a good run. But I'm like, yeah, I kind of don't know. I feel like I wouldn't mind dying right now. And just getting a new run starting, new synergy. It's like a bit more progress. I mean, I wonder, yeah, I wonder how long this is gonna go for. See here, I made a small mistake and I could have died, which would have been nice, but yeah, games. Yeah, I hope they're gonna change that, because for me, I know this is a weird criticism. I want the start to be earlier and the end game to be way harder. So you, I mean, not in a way that you feel weak. You should feel powerful, but you also should feel like you can't make any mistakes anymore. Right? I really hope they're gonna go for that. I mean, I'm not even damage boosting myself. I guess I should do 1 damage boost, assuming it's like it doesn't stack, right? I don't know if this one stacks. I'm just gonna press it once for the bosses, because I don't know if it's if it stacks. I should probably keep it for later levels. If it doesn't stack, it's like 90 seconds, right? So we don't really need it here. I do wonder how this one stacks up versus the other classes from a chill perspective. Like, this seems like very easy to play. Like, I think most people, if they have this run going, would achieve a very long run with it. I think there's not a lot of skill involved anymore, right? The start is always very skillful, but now it's like, yeah, and nothing here is valuable to me. I mean, does this one have a negative? I guess not, so I could just like buy it because I can. I mean, I never crouch, right? You can slide in the game, mechanic I never use. Like I said, you can do, I think you can slide, yeah, you can slide jump and everything in the game if you want to. I don't care too much about that. Do I just buy him for the sake of buying him? I kinda don't like that, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, I can't imagine there's a lot of builds that are way easier to play, because this already seems like absolutely chill. I guess I mean, I'm gonna try every class, obviously, and then I'm gonna do a couple of runs, and at some point, I will probably, out of curiosity, look up what other people are doing. But that's gonna be far in the future. Oh yeah, there was a rail. There was a rail under me. Yeah, we also get a reload on every dash, so it's kind of also easy to maintain the attack speed bonus. Yeah, the thing is, if like the start of the game wasn't that hard relative to this, basically, I would recommend this build probably also for a beginner, because it seems very easy to play. But it's just like, the start is not great. It doesn't have a lot of boss killing potential initially. So you're gonna have to really put in the work for the first 2 bosses, and then it's gonna get easy, but that's where I think most runs die, so don't know if I would recommend this for like first run ever you do in this mode. I mean, I don't know how it is on lower difficulties, right? So I only play Guardian 4, and I never touched the lower ones. I heard a lot of people complain there, so I would assume it has the same issue relative to the difficulty it usually has. So, no idea. But late game for sure, this seems like a very enjoyable build. Just like click the button, shoot a bit, click the button again, and then usually everything's dead. Very nice. Are you still alive, Subatomic? You're 38% armor. Right, is there a cap on that? I think there are caps in the game. Yeah, I heard people complain that the armor cap is kind of annoying and endless, but I don't think there has to be a cap, right? If you have 100% damage reduction, never mind. You can get more legendaries. Okay, now I'm excited. I was worried we're not gonna get more legendaries, but yeah, this one's almost meaningless. But yeah, okay, now I'm gonna save. we can get so much more money just by pressing this button a bunch. Yeah, I watched, since, you know, I'm from Germany, so I usually watch also some German content. I watched a video about new FPS in the next year, and there's so many, like, extraction shooter games as service games coming out again, and I'm pretty sure 90% of them are gonna somewhat fail. But the thing is, why I think it's still interesting is there's still a ton of great single-player games. I mean, the one I'm probably the most excited for is, I guess the new Doom game. I forgot what the name is. Doom something something. Very accurate description. What is I forgot the name really. I know what the game looks like and plays like, but I have no idea what the name is. Yeah, but definitely looking forward to that. After replaying Doom Eternal just recently, I'm like really excited, but also a bit worried they're gonna maybe make it too different. Because it seems like it has a bit of a melee focus, which is not bad, right? But I hope it's not too much. I hope it's still an FPS. And the melee stuff is a nice little touch on top. Or it plays like Dark Messiah of Mind Magic, which I have to replay. In my head, this game plays so well and everything's perfect about it. And I'm pretty sure if I would pick it up today, it would not be perfect anymore. But in my head, it's like glorified, right? This is the best melee combat I've ever had in any video game. And I wonder if that would still be true today. Yeah, I really feel like just like, if there was a remaster, I would instantly play it. I'm even considering just like going on Steam and looking if it's there and just like playing it. Because I really want to know, is it still good or was it just good because of it was like, I guess ahead of its time in some way. Hope I won't forget to heal once I go low. And I wish I could just upgrade this one to heal. Sure. Yeah, the Dark Ages, exactly. Yeah, that is the name, and it's basically a prequel to the other Doom games where you play like the old Doomslayer, basically. I'm not too much of a lore guy usually. In story games, I care about the story. In non-story games, I care about the gameplay, and so I just know that it's gonna play an older version of the Doomslayer, and it seems to have a bit more of an open worldish feel to it. And not open world, but like larger biomes. And that could be really cool depending on how they implement it. So yeah, looking forward to it, because I think both Doom games are really nice. I think Doom Eternal is fantastically designed. It has some issues. I would a few things I would change here and there. Oh my god, really? Forgot about this item. Okay, now we're safe. Now we can even die once, okay? That is so interesting. That's why I'm keeping them if I need them. Yeah, there's a small bug here where you can't. It's still red if you pick it like this. They didn't, I guess, think about that. And I kind of don't know if I like the stacking here, because you can't even see how many stacks you have. And it does also pause the game, so you can just do it whenever you want. Which is kind of... No, never touch those. These are terrible items. Like these are run-ending items. Yeah, really looking forward to playing the new Doom game for sure, and hopefully it's gonna. I really hope I'm gonna get the 5090. Like it's not gonna be sold out, and I can't get it anymore. I was so lucky with the 4090 and the 3090. I mean, I put in the work, right? I really tried my best to get in on launch, but it's so hard to compete against bots. Because you might be wondering, why is it so difficult to buy a GPU on launch? It's so difficult because usually bots buy them, right? Scalpers, you just like have bots, they purchase every single stock they can find. And they basically artificially then like also limit the stock, and then they resell it to people at launch. And the 5090 for sure is going to be very limited. So it's good. I guess like the 3090 and 4090 was too, but yeah, it was already really hard back then. And now we have like AI stuff that's way better. So they're better tools for automation, and so the scalpers are even more so likely to get the heal. Yeah, I hate that. It's really annoying. It's more of a problem really with availability than money for me these days, so it's kind of frustrating. You have the money, you want to buy something, and it can get really hard to buy it. Also, this monitor was such a bitch to get. Yeah, sometimes also because you're in Germany, it's like even sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse, and usually you're gonna have to wait sometimes a few days or something. But yeah, it doesn't really help. That the stock is usually pretty limited, and the unfortunate part is Germany is not a poor country, right? So a lot of people, relative to other countries, sometimes can afford expensive stuff, so it gets sold out even faster because a lot of people can buy it basically. I mean, there are a lot of, by no means is Germany rich or anything. This is like relative to other countries where you have like a bunch of people living and only a small percentage will buy the card, and here the percentage is relatively higher. It's still very small, but relatively speaking. Yeah, so it's like a lot of competition, and then the scalpers come in, and it's like, really annoying. It's like, I remember, which console was it that was so annoying to get? Was it the PS4? I don't remember. There was a console that was always sold out, and I mean PS5, right, was really sold out for a long time, and the only PS5, you know, I own, not I own, but my friends and, you know, people around me own, was bought from GameStop because at the time Jessica was working there, so she could just like pre-order it before any customer, and she got a safe PlayStation 5. She didn't scalp it, by the way. She plays on PlayStation 5, which is, you know, if it's fair. I wonder if she will still play on PlayStation 5 once she gets the 3090 PC, because that is significantly better. But she likes just, you know, turning on the console and playing, and even with like Steam OS as a base startup, it still takes a bit longer to start up a PC. But she does use her PC for a lot of graphics stuff, so like graphic design stuff. So I wonder if it's like gonna convince her at some point that PC has significant advantages performance-wise if you have a good PC. But I don't know if she cares, right? I mean, she can see the gameplay here basically on my PC when we're on the TV, so I wonder if she's like getting accustomed to the taste. Like she's exposed to high-end PC gaming, so I wonder if that's going to change her perspective on the console stuff in the future. Because at the time when she said she doesn't care about PCs that much, that was before she played a lot on my high-end PC, right? So she was like console only, and back then obviously she didn't know any better, but now she knows better. So I wonder if she's gonna pivot as a result. It's gonna be interesting to see, because she's sometimes a bit stubborn, right? She can be like, oh, I really like PlayStation. I'm like, yeah, that's perfectly fine, right? I don't, just up to you, right? If you like it or not. And then she's like, yeah, I'm never gonna play on PC because it's annoying, blah, blah, blah. But I'm pretty sure that perspective has shifted a little bit. Like I said, it's really hard to go back once you... I mean, when she played Sonic with 120 FPS and she had to go back to 60, she was like, fuck my life. Why does this exist? And I was like, yep, sucks, right? I didn't play Sonic Frontier, even though I really like the game because it has 60 FPS lock. I just can't, right? Sonic is so fast. And Sonic with 60 FPS is just... I mean, it's not terrible, right? I mean, there's 30 FPS modes too. But just knowing how much better it could be, and it's just being like some kind of stupid artificial limitation of bad programming is really annoying to me. So yeah, I don't want to support that. But once they get an FPS unlocker or something going, I will definitely check out Sonic Frontiers. It looks really fun and chill. And I'm also really interested in playing Astrobot, because I did watch her. I gifted it to her for Christmas, and I watched it a little bit at her place. And it kind of, you know, the real question why I'm not sure it's going to come to PC is, first of all, it's a very PlayStation-centric IP, so it like really puts like the PlayStation brand up front. But I think that is more of a plus, right? But then it is very heavily reliant on the PlayStation controller, and I know it works on PC. And I'm pretty sure it would sell PlayStation 5 controllers, but I wonder if they're going to see it as too much of an hassle to make it work without the PlayStation controller. Or maybe too much of a downgrade to the game. So I could potentially see Astrobot never arriving on PC, which would be a real shame, because it seems like, from what I've seen so far, it seems like an amazing game. And I mean, it doesn't need more than 60 FPS compared to Sonic, because it's not as fast, right? But still, obviously, on a high-end PC, it would probably look pretty nice. So I really hope at some point we're gonna get Astrobot. I'm gonna wait for like 2 or 3 years, and if it doesn't come out by then, I'll probably just play it on the PlayStation 6 or something. Which will hopefully come out by that point, and obviously we'll have probably 120 FPS mode for almost every single PlayStation exclusive game, hopefully. I mean, every single PlayStation 5 PlayStation exclusive game, right? PlayStation 6 probably going to push 60 FPS still, unless frame gen is like significantly better, which is what we're going to maybe learn tonight at the keynote from NVIDIA. Because one thing frame gen needs is definitely better latency management. I mean, physically it's really hard, right? You have to render the previous frame and then do an in-between 2 frames, and it's kind of, I guess, if you don't render the additional frame and just extrapolate based on motion vectors and stuff like that from the current frame, you could get a less optimal result, obviously, because it's really hard to predict some things, but you could potentially still reduce the latency. But that would be, yeah, I don't know if the quality would be good enough. So it's kind of, it is a hard issue, right? It's not like you could just just 2x the frames, because every artificial frame does add additional latency. And then you have also, I guess they still have a lot of overhead when calculating them, so they could potentially reduce the latency even further. But that's where I really think frame gen needs to work on. Like, the quality is perfectly fine. It's just like, when I turned it on in Indiana Jones, I mean, it might be a bug with that game specifically. I guess it was one of the worst games in that regard, to be honest. So I guess it must have been game specific, or like maybe it's a tech engine or something. But I still felt like it was not worth turning on, right? Even if you got like 40 FPS out of it or 50, it didn't feel worth it at all. Like, it felt like so bad from an input lag perspective. And if anything, I kind of wish like the support for DLSS 3.0 was more consistent. I think the bugs in DLSS, more so than the quality, are the problem at the moment. A lot of games get stuttery and have like weird frame times when you turn it on, and they need to work on that, right? The implementation has to be more consistent, because it really is on a game basis at the moment. Yeah, for example, Horizon, I mean, yeah, it also could be system related, right? Every system is a bit unique, but it is definitely, for me, is frame gen causing it. Not frame gen, DLSS specifically causing it, and such a shame, because I think Horizon's going to be really up my alley, because I really like the original, and I played it on controller back then, and now I would play it on mouse and keyboard, my preferred choice for aiming games, I guess. Because I mean, I don't mind aim assist. I think aim assist is required, and it's a game, right? It's supposed to be fun, so the game helping you, perfectly viable, right? I mean, you can heal in games like Magic, right? So everything's not logical, so why not give people a quote-unquote cheat, right? But if I have the choice between completely being in control of my input and having to rely on aim assist, I would probably choose the latter. And also, I think the main problem aim assist has, it's not game, like, it is game specific. So you could be amazing in one game with aim assist because it really suits you and works really well, and then they just turn it off in another one or make it very bad and weak, and suddenly it's not fun anymore, right? So you can go from a top aimer to a shit aimer. I mean, I guess everyone will be shit, but relatively shit, just because the devs like tweaked some kind of some variables in their aim assist algorithm. And Yeah, I think that's a real issue for me with aim assist. And that's why I also don't like that aim assist is so dominant in games like Apex Legends and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, right, if it comes to esports, having legal cheating in your game, which aim assist then is if it's like competitive versus other people that don't have it, and then having like the statistical data clearly prove that the aim assist is better than the human, which is not hard to do, right? Like aimbots are aimbots. No human's ever gonna aim like an aimbot, so it's very easy to make aim assist so OP that it is an aimbot, right? So that's why I think the data should definitely try to balance out, like, you know, like achieve maybe a 50% top player percentage on either input method. Yeah, like having 50 in the top 100 best Apex players, there should be 50 mouse and keyboard and 50 controller pairs. But not like 99% controller. I think it's not even 99. I think there are like 2-3 mouse and keyboard guys in the top 100. And yeah, and all the big streamers had, like big competitive players had to swap to controller because it was just not competitive to play without it. And I don't like that, right? I think it should be fair and balanced. And if the data clearly shows it's not fair and balanced, why not change that, right? Just like minor tweaks and still statistically it's equivalent. You could even do an AI that is limited by human physical and behavior, like that aims like a top 0.1% aimer, and you know, just like gets the, and then just like compete with the aim assist version of it, right? Like just like the best players in any game are AI anyway, right? You can train for every game, Dota, whatever game you want, right? Every game that has some kind of deterministic outcome at the moment. I mean, as long as it's not like Go or some shit like where there are too many possibilities. Usually AI will be good enough to simulate a fair field, right? And then you can get like perfect balance, quote unquote, from a human perspective too. But I guess it's like still too much to ask from some companies. Bigger companies like EA in the future definitely are going to do it, but it's taking a bit too long for my taste. Because it really is frustrating to be on mouse and keyboard, and you know you're not going to win some fights. Like some fights, even if you hit every single shot, the average person is going to hit it more often than you, right? So it's gets really annoying. When it's like all about the consistency, because you might say, yeah, sure, in some cases, mouse and keyboard, the guy's going to out-aim you, blah, blah, blah. But if on average, the aim assist is going to aim better, like just like more consistent, especially. Like aim assist is so powerful because it has consistency in it. Like the algorithm is not going to change. Humans are very prone to making big errors sometimes, right? So that's why competing with a tool that is consistent is really, really mentally helpful. Because you know the tool is going to be there for you, right? If you're in a sweaty situation on mouse and keyboard, you might make a huge error, right, in flicking or something. But if you're on your controller, you might make a huge error, but the aim assist is not going to react to it in the same, you know, it's not going to make it as obvious. So yeah, that's kind of difficult. And for me, it's not that relevant because I still think even, you know, with mouse and keyboard, I can still be pretty competitive. Even Apex, which is a very controller-dominated game, and I just don't hope it's not going to go that they're going to give us aim assist on mouse and keyboard, because I really wouldn't like that. And you might say that's never going to happen, but it happened already in Halo. Halo Infinite has aim assist on mouse and keyboard because it wasn't competitive with controller, and that is not the way, man. That is not the way. Mouse and keyboard does not need aim assist unless it's like competitively at a disadvantage, but I just don't know. I feel like that is so stupid. It's like if I play tennis in the real world, oh yeah, you can't hit the ball back hard enough. Okay, let's put some kind of physical amplifying thing in the bat so you don't have to try anymore. Yeah, I don't know, I just like when the raw input, when it's good enough, right? Mouse and keyboard, the games are not designed around aim assist, right? If a game is completely designed around aim assist with like impossible flicks from a physical human perspective, sure, then give me aim assist, I don't care. But as long as it's like a game that is, you know, designed around human performance, I would like to use that if possible on mouse and keyboard instead of some aim assist. And also the reason why aim assist feels bad on mouse and keyboard is because your mouse is physically limited, right? It's a stick, when I push it, I can do an infinite amount of 360s and I can adjust an infinite amount. But if I'm on mouse and keyboard and I'm not on a super high sense, I am so limited by space that every time the game would correct my cursor, like where I shoot, I would have to fight it, right? I would have to fight the aim assist. Not fight, like, you know, I have to embrace it, I guess, but it would also like really alter my feeling for the game. It would feel almost like mouse smoothing or some shit. So yeah, I don't know, I just really don't like that, and I really hope the future is not full of... I mean, let's be real, it's full of cheating. It is full of cheating because there's one problem, and a lot of people might not be aware yet, but there is a big problem coming, and that is like AI-based image recognition stuff that you can do with games. So you can have like your monitor your game and like highlight enemies, like recolor them, track their cooldowns, look at the minimap for you, visualize the minimap movement on your screen with arrows, right? You can basically do whatever you want. Every visual information that is available on screen can be analyzed and treated. And then you also have like obviously like sound cues and stuff like that. And all of that unfortunately is undetectable because it is the input that the human is getting, right? And it is on a hardware level. So for tournaments, yeah, sure, you can turn it off. But for like competitive gameplay online, everybody's going to be using that at some point, right? Now it's like a very novel and niche thing and it doesn't work that well. But in 10 years, there's going to be a monitor that everyone's going to be using, right? When they're playing competitively. It's going to tell you everything that's happening in game. And then the question really becomes, is it still fun to play the game that way? Because you're going to have to adapt as a dev. You're going to have to implement almost every cheat in engine for everyone to make it fair. And it's going to be really weird. Maybe even at some point you're going to get some... It's so hard, right? You're going to get some camera looking at your screens with the... I don't know. The anti-cheat's going to be some kind of physical surveillance system, which nobody's going to want in their house. So it's so weird. Like, yeah, so I'm just enjoying the last, I guess, few years of gaming online without cheating being like... I mean, there is tons of cheating already, right? And there's also tons of pay to win. For example, having a good PC, good keyboard and mouse, good setup is pay to win, right? Obviously. If someone's playing at 30 FPS with a shit mouse that's super inconsistent and can't flick properly, and the other person's playing on a high-end 480 Hz OLED with a perfect mouse and keyboard setup, that's pay to win for sure, right? So pay to win has been an issue for always, but now it's going to be pay to win and cheat at the same time. It's gonna be so frustrating for people that really care about what they do online, because I already embrace it, right? I'm like, okay, fuck it. At some point, it's gonna be me against, you know, the machines online. It is what it is, right? I'm not gonna sweat it. I'm gonna try to have as much fun as I can. But yeah, it's not gonna be the same anymore. Because when I was younger, right, when I played a competitive game, I knew it was me against other people, unless they were like aimbotting or something. Like the primitive cheats. But now these days we're gonna have like really funny, like more and more sophisticated cheating methods which are undetectable. So annoying to think about, but I really hope it's not gonna be as bad, but it's probably gonna be really bad. So wherever there's money and ladder points and people care about something, they're gonna try to cheat. That's just how humans are, and it's perfectly reasonable, right? In China, for example, they have the cheating mentality where like, and every time I hear people, why would you cheat? It's not your achievement, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, right, not everyone's like lucky. I'm lucky. I don't need to cheat. Great, right? I can be a top performer without cheating. I got lucky. I didn't do shit for it. I got born this way. And then I had a lot of luck with, you know, I could play the games for a long time. I had good hardware at the time. I just couldn't spend time on it, right? I just got lucky. I didn't do anything for it. Right, it's not my achievement. I mean, it's my achievement technically, but it doesn't really matter. And then someone that didn't have the luck, doesn't have the, you know, the disposition, doesn't have the time, doesn't have the resources, and his only way to ever get to the top is cheating. How am I to judge that person? I think, yeah, sure, we should get rid of him for the sake of other people, but I understand the person, right? I think it's like an evolutionary fair thing to do, right? Get any advantage you can. That's what we humans are, right? We're meant to survive. Otherwise we would like go extinct, right? So that's why I think it's perfectly understandable. And it's not my place to, you know, be too judgmental, because I'm fortunate enough not to have to cheat, right? This is how it is. I just got lucky. So I think I'm not being judgmental. In single player games, who gives a shit, right? There are people that care about cheating in single player games. I don't give a shit. I don't cheat because I don't have to, and I enjoy not cheating, and I like hard games where I have to do my best myself, right? But I don't care. Everyone can use cheat engine, do whatever. I mean, if you have to manipulate a leaderboard, sure, I guess. So, you know, some people are like, yeah, it's an offline game. Why are they manipulating the leaderboard? Because it feels good for them. They just, you know, they can go to their friends and brag, oh my god, I'm placed 1 in the speedrun with 0.01 seconds of a 1 minute map. No, that's the one I always found funny, right? There are people that cheat blatantly. And I think that's not bad. It's more to show people that people are cheating, right? If the #1 spot is an obvious cheater, that's perfectly fine. But if the #1 spot is a soft cheater that you can't detect, that's a bit more, you know, frustrating, because then you want to compete, right? Then you're like, yeah, sure, I can compete there. But if you know it's an obvious cheater, you already know it's not a competition. So yeah, it was just a 1 day. I don't know what game it was, but I just checked the leaderboards for some kind of daily speedrun stuff. And I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? They're all cheating. And I was like, why? It's a single player game. And back then I was like really confused, but obviously now I know better, right? I understand humans way better than them back then, but it was really, for me, like surprising to see people cheat in a single player game. I was like, holy shit, that is so stupid. And also like, why? But yeah, no, I get it now, right? I get it. But back then I was like so confused by that. I was like, why would you? It's like edit your times. And that's, by the way, one thing I like about Marvel Rivals is that you have replays available for top matches. So you can go into the leaderboards and check the gameplay of those people, which is very transparent. And an obvious cheater would always get shit on and reported that way, right? Because you have like the data. It doesn't have to stream. You're not relying on like death cams. You can literally go in the game and check his gameplay, which is very good. Like it's a very, very cool system. And I wonder why so little games do that. I guess because of the data you have to maintain, but it's only for the top players. So it's not like you really have to have a big pool of video data. So I don't know, it's a really cool thing, and I hope they keep that and they maybe, you know, improve on that, because there have been a few instances of obvious aimbotters in Marvel Rivals, like any FPS, right? has these issues, but at the same time it's really, really nice to see them having that feature. Yeah, what are we? 61. Okay. Yeah, the game has a difficulty problem for sure. It needs to ramp up, man. This is as fun as it is to kill stuff. As much, I'm not even paying attention anymore. You might have noticed, right? I'm on complete autopilot. So yeah, I think it's time for me to die in the game, right? I mean, I'm not gonna kill myself because I hate that, but I wish the game would kill me. I wish the game would become so hard that I can't survive anymore, and that I, you know, would really have to try hard. It's not engaging anymore. It's like, it's fun, but it's not like I care, right? If I get 1 level further or 2, who cares? It's almost the same, right? I don't know when it's gonna start becoming engaging and what, you know, what the higher levels are. That's like, oh yeah, now it's getting close, but it's taking way too long to get there. So all of this is just like brain off, grinding, and right, it's like, I don't want to say it's a waste of my time, but it kind of feels like it's a bit of a waste of my time. Yeah, they need to really exponentiate the difficulty curve for this one and start way lower, right? Lower starting point, exponential increase. I mean, the exponential increase doesn't have to happen instantly, right? I think you could argue the exponential increase should happen after. I wouldn't target at a specific stage. I would target a specific time frame, right? You always want to think about the time. And I think an optimal run for an endless mode, you could argue that has a save point, would probably be something like 3 hours, right? Like statistically, the best players should be roughly at 3 hours playtime, which gives you a lot of time to play with your maxed out build, right? You should have this power fantasy here, but only for as long as you can maintain it. It shouldn't be like, it should feel like this at some point, but then it should get really hard really quickly, so you have to like care. Yeah, so I hope they really look at this and kind of adjust it to make it more engaging. Because I think the game, I would have more fun starting a new run by now. Like, for sure. I wonder if we should just buy all of them to, you might be wondering, why are you not picking this one up? Because I don't know if it picks up red ones. If it picks up red ones, and we have auto pickup on crit, it would not help us at all. It would only hurt us, so. Wait, 36% armor while I'm next to this drone here, 38. I want to try something, but I can't. Are we like, what is the cap for armor? But then again, we're like sometimes at 22, so... I guess... yeah, we could like look up what the armor cap is and then maybe decide if we want to go with... another perfume, but... and I never used the perfumes in Elden Ring. Oh my god, this year it's gonna have so many fucking amazing games, man. I'm so looking forward to the Elden Ring fucking randomizer. Like the official randomizer, what is it, like the night stuff thingy? Night Raid or something? I don't even know what it's called. But like, I remember the names once I played them. I'm really bad with names until I really played the games and remember them. And once I remember, I usually don't forget, but it usually takes a little bit of time for me to remember. And names are like on my slow adaptation, slow remembering list. Which is kind of nice, so sometimes I just read names of shit games so I can forget them right away. Yeah, but I'm really looking forward to the Elden Ring thing. I mean, I don't think it's going to be perfect, right? It's going to be... It's probably going to be flawed in a lot of ways, like the original Elden Ring was, but at the same time, I just hope they're going to do it for the netcode, man. Just fucking do it for the netcode. It's inexcusable that you might not know if you're on console, but on PC, there is this mod called Seamless Co-op. It's a few kilobytes big, like literally, I hope I'm right about that. It is a max a few megabytes, maybe 3-4 megabytes, but I think it's a few kilobytes. And it fixes a majority of the issues the co-op has. It removes the invisible walls, it adds the ability to, when you die, to spectate and respawn together. It's like, it is such a better experience, and it really showcases how pathetic the implementation of From Software's multiplayer is in Elden Ring. And I think a lot of people might say, yeah, but the novelty is that you know, it's like the charm of Souls series, that it's hard to connect and it's supposed to be a temporary experience. But the reality is a lot of people like to play together, and they will have to jump through hoops. I did play a lot of Souls games in co-op, right, old ones. And I can tell you it was never a seamless and fun experience. I think for random people, perfect, keep it. But for people that intend to play the entire game together, just make it a normal co-op experience, right? This weird janky shit, I'm sorry, it's fun for only a little bit. And usually it ends up, oh my god, that's really bad. That's okay, I think we're just gonna be fine here. I can just heal, don't worry about it. Even if we go low, I could heal. But I should probably use a damage buff here. I mean, should I though? Because this is a heal we preserved. So I guess I shouldn't use damage buffs. I should just stack this over and over and over again. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to whatever the name of the Elden Ring game is. Oh, baby. If by the way, I have to say, we didn't get any legendaries early on, and I think it wouldn't have mattered because I don't have the money for them in the early game. So the run was not carried by any specific items. It had a very rough start. Unfortunately, I did that off stream because I wasn't even sure I was gonna stream this one, right? I didn't even know, right? Just at some point I was like, bro, you're doing these runs and you did play the base game on stream sometimes to showcase it. And why are you not showcasing this mode? Because it's really fun. It is flawed, but really fun. So I was like, yeah, sure, let's just show it. But you're just unfortunately seeing the end, right? So I think the fun part is getting to this point. And then being at this point for some time. And then hopefully dying at some point. It's such a relaxing experience though. Yeah, just turning on a podcast, you know, just like not making this the main content, which is why I really like, I guess this is really why I didn't stream it earlier, because I don't think it's like really good main content. Right, because I have to create basically the content around the game instead of the game being like just inherently, you know, producing fun, engaging content. Because at this point, right, what am I gonna say? Okay, guys, I click right click and then I left click, right? Wow, really, it's fun, right? It's fun, but it's not really something we are not talking about builds anymore, right? It's just a number going up in the top right of the screen, and nothing else is really happening. So that's why I'm like talking about random shit. Yeah, it's also really funny because my brother is really intelligent. I just like yesterday I went bouldering with him and the kids, and just you know, just a half a year ago, I told him, you know, you gotta get ready. AGI, not AGI specifically, but very powerful AI is coming very, very soon. And since you're like a high position in your company, you should be aware, right? And you know, since I'm like an expert in the field, I was like, you really have to be aware of it. You really have to care, right? You really have to care right now. It's gonna be, you know, it's gonna happen fast. Back then he was like, oh, you know, I don't think it's gonna happen, blah, blah, blah. It's gonna take ages. And just now, right, seeing O3, VO2, and all those pretty like impressive examples, which still have a lot of issues, obviously, but impressive examples of what is possible right now. Just yesterday he was like, yeah, that's really impressive, right? Like, yeah, it seems to be going really fast. And I was like, yeah, I told you so. you can believe me, at least when it comes to these things. Because he was like really dismissive, like a lot of people, right? A lot of people are overly dismissive because they're aware of how complex things is. Because he's like, he did like biotechnology stuff, right? So he has a lot of knowledge about like complex biological systems and how complex they are, and knowing how hard they are to understand, he was like, yeah, you know, the human body is extremely complex. It's the most complex thing we actually know at the moment. It's like biological beings, right? Extremely complex for us. Like if you look at a smartphone, it's primitive compared to the body from a complexity perspective. Like really primitive. And that's why he was like aware that it's so complex, and they was like, yeah, but it's going to be really hard, blah blah blah, because he was like really sure it's going to be a hard challenge, right? And it is a hard challenge, but the thing is, it doesn't matter, because I'm not looking at this specific domain. I'm looking at what is potentially possible and how close we are, right? And we are really close to something very impressive and very disruptive too. And we're not getting ready for it. For me, it's like, I know why it works like that, right? It's really hard to argue with people, but I think, you know, all this impressive stuff, like we're really lucky, right? Why are we lucky? Because it's like visually impressive, right? AI, as much as you might not understand it, chatbot, for example, right? A lot of people don't even understand what chatbot's telling them, right? We're just saying, oh yeah, it makes mistakes. But you can ask chatbot for such a complex question that most people don't even know what the answer is, and they can't even evaluate the correctness. So it's like, for them, it's a tool that's already too sophisticated, right? The majority of people don't use chatbot on the level it can already work on, because it's like it works on a professional level. So you have to be an expert to even know what the fuck is going on, right? At the moment. And the thing is, we're lucky that there's also the same advancements in robotics, self-driving cars, in especially visual stuff like, you know, like stable diffusion-based methods, like video generation, art, and all those things. So that really is easy to understand, right? When I see VO2 make a video of it cutting tomatoes versus Sora 2, I will know it's impressive, right? Even if I wouldn't think the original is impressive, the comparison between two models that are like released, and then you compare it to like a year ago, and you would be impressed, right? I think a lot of people know, I mean, you must be delusional. If I show you VO2 images of some things, not everything, right? There are big issues, like I said, too. And to say, dismiss that as not impressive, that is delusional, right? But most people will be, oh yeah, I can see it, right? Oh, I can see it. This is not a fluke, right? A few years ago, because I have been there since the, not the onset, but pretty early since the development started, and I predicted DLSS being in all consoles. I predicted DLSS being, it was shit back then, version 1.0, right? I predicted that it's going to be omnipresent. It's going to be, because why? Because our human brain works like that, right? We get a sensory data input which is significantly worse than what we see. There's a lot of post-processing. We basically have a version of DLSS in our brain which is way more sophisticated and better at the moment, but it's principally the same, right? And I immediately, since I studied medical technology, I knew a lot about the human brain, and knew a lot about algorithms in general, like data analysis and stuff like that. So I instantly made the connections, right? And my idea was always to remove the human part of science, right? I wanted to remove the human part that is limiting the progress. Like the machine that is missing is intelligence, right? We need some autonomous, self-sufficient system to increase the speed of science by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, right? 1,000,000,000 times. So that's what my idea was, right? I was always looking at what is going wrong, right? Why is it so shit? Why doesn't it work faster? And everything just pointed at humans, right? Humans are not great. Humans are like, I mean, they're nice and everything, but they're not great for a lot of scientific work. And that's why I was work in general. And that's why I was like, hey, sure, that's what we need to do. And then back then, you know, I saw all the potential in those algorithms. I was like, oh, we're so fortunate, right? We're so close. And a lot of people were like so dismissive, and it was so funny because back then there was no visualization that told people, oh yeah, it is impressive, right? Because there was nothing impressive. But I instantly recognized, oh yeah, this shit's gonna become really impressive really soon. I didn't know how fast. Obviously, it's really hard to predict like raw data, but I was really predicting it very soon. But even then, you know, it is very close to my most optimistic, you know, line of thinking. I think what we're seeing is very close to my most optimistic ideas. Yeah, so I'm really glad that it's like really outperforming my own predictions. But it was so funny back then, how like really intelligent people denying everything about it and like being, it's not gonna work, blah. The people made fun of OpenAI back then, right? They were like, haha, OpenAI, yeah, sure, AGI, blah blah, good luck with that, right? And it's so funny. It's so funny because a lot of people were even arguing that it's not possible. You weren't even arguing that the technology is not gonna come as fast. They were arguing it was impossible to have AI do the tasks humans do. Like the brain was some kind of magical thing, and there's still some people like that. But these days, obviously, a lot of data points to it is nothing special what we're doing, and this back then it was already obvious if you like didn't have a too big ego, I guess. But the thing is, it's so funny to see, right? Like how people can be so wrong and so like confident in how wrong they are. And I also have that probably in a lot of ways, right? But I just don't notice because if I would hopefully correct it, right? But I think the most important part is to be open for correction. If you have a big flaw and you're unaware of it and you're made aware of it, obviously you shouldn't believe everything right away, but you should be open to accept there might be a flaw, right? There might be something wrong. You might have something wrong. And so it's always really important to keep an open mind about anything. I think the bias, the human bias level is so high that a lot of people really struggle for obvious like evolutionary reasons to accept new realities. And then there's also the social bias, which is the most annoying one, to be honest, because there is a system in your brain that prevents you from believing the truth because other people around you believe something else and you want to be socially compatible. Because usually not being socially compatible has significant evolutionary reasons to reduce your survivability. So your brain is basically wired to say yes to people, even though you know it's not true, because you want to be socially compatible. And it doesn't even happen in a way that is necessarily, you might not even perceive it. It might happen subconsciously because you don't have an active process telling you, okay, I'm just saying yes to be part of the group. No, most people say yes to be part of the group while not knowing they're saying yes to being to be part of the group. They don't even second guess usually some things. They just like go with the flow. And that is so natural, but also so fucking dangerous because a lot of misinformation, stuff that sticks for a long time, is based on these ideas, right? Yeah, and I really hope one day we can modify humans to a degree that makes it way easier to live. In a lot of ways, right? It's gonna be so cool, man. What we can do is unimaginably paradise. I really hope we don't get fucked over. I mean, what is even we, right? Technically, all humans would die in 100 years if we don't get significant technological progress. So, you know, like statistically in 100 years, almost everyone here would be dead. So what is even we, right? Is it even us that we need to preserve? I don't know. It would be great if we would be part of it. But then again, as long as something is part of it, I guess, you know, someone's gonna have paradise at some point, hopefully. Yeah, it would be really cool. I just hope nobody, because there could be paradise that nobody enjoys. It's really difficult. So many philosophical questions becoming very important very soon. And we don't have the answers, right? Nobody has the answers, actually. I don't even think AI is going to find the answers to these questions sufficiently. But there is some kind of significant loophole, which could be, right? There could be some kind of reality meaning loophole we're not seeing right now. And it might, you know, you might say, yeah, simulation, blah, blah. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like real deep levels of meaning. Because even if we're in a simulation, that doesn't give the meta level any meaning, right? Meaning doesn't, like, is an emerging property of the individual. So there is inherently, I think, no meaning in the world as we perceive it. But there might be some kind of meta meaning we're not aware of. Like, there might be some kind of logic that doesn't hold up, right? Because we can only think in logic that holds up, right? We can't think in a way that doesn't seem logical. Because we're like human physical beings. There might be some kind of really abstract space that acquires meaning. Like you know, existence exists, meaning exists, right? Like there is some kind of fundamental meaning and there is no way to change it. It's like a physical law, basically. And that might be the case, but everything obviously points to no at the moment that we can perceive, but that might, we don't perceive a lot, so that's why it's very likely it could be, but it seems like inconceivable from a human perspective. And hey, Chaotic Chemistry, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, I haven't been streaming too much over the holidays, so we're getting back into it. And this game is unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what you care about, a great game to turn off your brain and just talk about philosophy and science stuff. So sorry for those. Usually we don't do that on every stream. I try to keep it on to a minimum on a lot of streams, because I know there's going to be some moments where either someone asks something or just get started on a tangent. So yeah, that's why sometimes I do it, right? Because I do think it's always fun to think about and like digest the new world of information we're getting. Oh my god. These are all great items. These are all great items. Are we gonna go to 100? Like, at the moment, nothing seems to indicate that we're gonna... I mean, unless I make a significant mistake, obviously. But nothing seems to indicate that we're, like, nearing a plateau from a power level. Quite the opposite. I feel like we're getting stronger. I feel like we're even getting stronger right now. I wonder if this is an illusion too, or... I mean, we are taking damage, so... The damage values of the enemies do seem to increase still, to some degree, but we're also getting more offensive powers that enable us to even kill them faster, right? So like, this year seems to be like very, very much the strongest we've ever been from a kill potential. So I do wonder if there's like some kind of... Yeah, it's getting easier instead of harder. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Like, I wonder if there's a limit beyond me making a significant mistake twice, because we have a revive too, so kind of weird. They really, I know that some people really like this, but I think either you make it an option or the default should not be this. The default should get harder, faster. Like, I mean, this is what, 4 hours probably already in game, so for me this is too long, right? I think this is not the amount of time I want to spend in one run. Because it does limit your build potential. I can't just change my build anymore, right? I'm basically hard stuck until I die. I don't even think I could start another run unless I have a different save, maybe. Since I don't use different saves, there might be a way to do that. But even then, do I want to spend days just playing the same build? As much fun as it is. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Sometimes you know, you just talk random shit and you kill everything. And then you use your brain again, and then you make so many mistakes. It's crazy. Yeah, the autopilot is usually pretty good at this point. It's just bad at making decisions. It's really good at just playing the game though, as long as nothing unforeseen happens. Okay. Full heal. I wonder if this one is a unique one. We should probably get rid of it at the point we need it. So I'm really thinking about this one, to be honest. But usually reducing your movement speed is not a great idea in the game. And also we have, I think, additional damage per movement speed, so never mind even thinking about it. Our damage is just like beyond crazy now. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, these items obviously are all legendary items, so every single item we pick up there seems to have a very significant impact on our performance, so... That's crazy. Okay, so there is still this power progression, so I guess I'm not that bored because I'm looking forward to getting more OP. But yeah, still I guess I would I speed it up, right? Would I speed up the legendary drop rate and just like make it exponential? Probably, right? I would, at this point, I would probably ramp up the legendary drop rate and the difficulty simultaneously, so you can get really OP runs, but only for a short period of time. Okay. You know what? It's so crazy. The winter has been so inconsistent. Like, it's so funny how like 10 degrees differentials have been the norm like the past few, I guess, not even winters. Like in general, like the weather is all over the place. Like a global warming for sure is like already in full force. You can really tell. Like, it's not even like you need some fucking data anymore. You can just like look at the day-by-day temperature changes and you're like, oh yeah, something is definitely not as it was before. like 15 degrees Celsius drops in temperature and increases in temperature over like a 3-day period is so fucking insane, and that constantly. It does it, and also the wind with it, and it's just like, it's really going wild. And that's why I'm so happy that AI is progressing fast enough, because if we didn't have AI at some point, we would be fucked. I think the only way for humanity to progress without AI would be to literally get fucked. All the problems we have are unsolvable by humans without the help of computers. So I'm really glad we're getting to the point where we're getting the help we need. And I'm not even talking AGI, I'm talking in like just like more sophisticated algorithms which you can't concoct by raw like programming skills. Blue, a philosophical question here. Since we know that every particle, atom, molecule, and cell of our body completely changes over time, doesn't that mean we're not the same person we were years ago? So this is like the question of like what makes up an entity, right? What makes up like a system that is still the same? And I would argue that we are not the same physical being, but we're the same being based on information technology. So at least we have the illusion of being the same, right? So we're the same information being, but not the same physical being, my perspective. And that does mean we're not the same person we were before, but we are the same content. So the illusion of being the same person is really big, but I think it is an illusion in this case. I think we're not technically the same person anymore. But it's just like, you know, how much do you need for an entity to feel the same? And the answer is basically, in our cases, we're like basing our identity on our memories, our knowledge, our perception of self, which are all not real physical. They are physically implemented in your brain, right? But they're not direct physical realities. It's not like your identity is your hair on, you know, and when it's cut, you're gone, right? Your identity is based on your neurons in your brain being programmed in a certain way. And even if the programming is the physical body is changed, the program still remains intact, right? It's like when I have a hot swappable server and I can just like pull out the SSD and put in another SSD and get like seamless data transfer, and it's like the same data content on the SSD. Is for the user experience, that it is technically the same, even though you're not using the same physical medium, right? And so yeah, you're technically not the same person anymore, but you feel like you're the same person. Which backs to the question, how relevant is it to be the same person? I mean, it becomes very relevant if you would clone yourself or like back up yourself. And then you would have the illusion of being the same person, but it wouldn't definitely not be the same person anymore, right? Like you would be 100% certain that it is not the same person. It is a being that perceives itself as being the same person, but it's not, right? You could like to say it's like the daily backup, for example, depending on how much data you need for it, right? And then you die, and then you're the same person you were the morning you died. but you're technically not the same person. So that is a question I think that goes too far for our technological knowledge, right? I think AI is going to be able to very specifically like correlate like normal aging based etc. like replacements with a technical complete reconstruction, right? So how close it is, I would say it is pretty similar. I think we kind of overestimate how much of ourselves we still are. I think we're technically every few years, I guess you could argue that the sum of our parts is completely different and we are not physically the same person, right? So, I mean, obviously some parts stay, but you know what I mean. This is the general idea. Yeah, so I would say that's my answer. Like, we believe we are the same person from information. We are also the same person to some degree from an information perspective. Shifts constantly, right? So it's kind of not a really strong statement, but definitely not physically. But yeah, why be afraid of immortality if you already are experiencing the same symptoms right now? No, so that's why I'm like kind of optimistic that we will have a solution that will be able to hopefully maintain information integrity even in case of death without having a physical, like, what I basically mean is having a data infrastructure that is like relying on remote backups in real time. So the reason why it's really hard to envision a human being immortal is because at some point you're gonna die, right? You're gonna get hit by a car. You can, even if you don't age and you don't get sick, at some point you can get physically, like your molecules can get disassembled in a way that does not allow for reconstruction of them in a meaningful way. And then you would reconstruct them as a new entity, right? If every atom is like basically the same, but it's like dislocated, the information integrity is destroyed. And the reason why I think it's still possible to maintain immortality is if the information integrity is always backed up in real time. So if the parts of your brain that think and interact are already like intertwined. And then if you would die, you would still have the real-time sensation of your existence, just not in that physical proxy you're using. You would basically be playing a third-person proxy, right? If I die in the game, it's still me playing the game. And that is how I envision real immortality being programmed. But obviously we're gonna have AI, it's gonna have way better ideas than me, but that's what I can think of, right? So there is still a way, I think, to maintain information integrity and also be immortal. Yeah, is that a good answer? I don't know. It's just what I just pulled out of my ass. I'm gonna quickly wash my hands because it's getting really warm here. It's unbelievably warm. It's like fucking winter and we have like double-digit positive degrees Celsius here. It's fucking crazy. Okay, I'm back. By the way, I made a statement recently where I said that we're still gonna care about human performance even though we have AI. But I do want to put that statement in a bit of perspective. Because I always took the example of chess, right? For example, we have the best chess player in the world is a computer. It's not a human. It's not Magnus Carlsen, it's a PC. It's your smartphone if you want to, right? It doesn't even have to be that powerful of a computer. And even with remote access, you can make every device basically better than Magnus Carlsen, right? But we care about Magnus Carlsen. But the reason why I think that is going to change is because AI that's going to be top performer in certain aspects is going to have a human-like personality. And that is, I think, a very different thing, right? Because when I imagine content creators being an AI-based system, a lot of people are dismissive because they're like, oh yeah, I want to watch real humans. But what if the illusion of the AI being a real human and being perfect for you from an entertainment perspective, right? You're gonna like the AI like it's a human. And why is that unimaginable? Just imagine every single stream on Twitch. What if I told you that they're not human? They're all AI generated videos of people playing, not people but AI playing games, right? You never saw them in real life. They're all digital. what if they were all fake? Would they change your perception of it? If you didn't know? No, right? If you'd known, yeah, sure, you would think differently about it, but you could still like them all the same. So I think it's very, very reasonable to assume that in the near future, a lot of content creation is going to be completely, and also like movies and everything, it's not going to be real humans. We're not going to care about human performance as much anymore. It's only going to be for a few areas where we will directly compete and feel like our, personal competitive drive has to be compared to other humans, like for games or something. But I think for the average entertainment value, we're not going to be competing on even ground, right? You will be watching some people if you care about human performance, but if you only care about perfect entertainment and fun, you will not give a shit about humans for the most part anymore, because they're less entertaining, less fun to watch. They don't have they're not optimized for yourself, right? And it's gonna be really, really tough, right? And I think a lot of content creators are not aware how strong the competition will be. And only a few, I guess, interesting enough, maybe not that interesting streamers will remain. Not myself, right? I'm also probably gonna get aches because I'm not like at a competitive, top spot. I'm like really good at games, but I'm not like, I don't play competitively at a esport level, but that's where the people will still care about humans' performance, and those people will still have viewers, who will still have, their audience, basically. I guess you could argue that gaming, like competitive gaming streaming, is going to be still human-centric, but a lot of, casual gaming and entertainment-focused gaming for the younger generations will not be human-focused anymore, because you might like Carnage, but a young person is probably going to like AI version of Carnage that's a billion times more funny and better at games and entertainment, has all the perfect quirks you want to have out of whatever it is. Is this going to be the better version of Carnage, right? Or any streamer, Northern Lion, or whatever you want to pick, right? Myself included, obviously, right? You can pick every streamer and make a better version of him. And you're not going to care about that too much if you're a young person. If you've known Northern Lion or like Carnage for 10 years, you've been supporting him, you're not going to change that because of AI, right? But if there's a person that does not have that personal connection, you will probably form a personal connection with something that is more in line with what's entertaining to them. A lot of young people don't really care about who makes the content, but what the content is, if it's fun, right? At first. And then maybe they start to care about the person later, but initially you come for the content, you don't come for the person. And yeah, that's why I think there's going to be a lot of competition in a lot of ways that a lot of people are like maybe too optimistic about. I think only a few really competitive things will initially remain, and then later obviously everything's going to change, but even initially it's going to be really, really competitive. Yeah, and then also sex robots and didn't the Happy Hop get banned for sexual content on stream because it was like talking about squirting and stuff like that? Classic. Yeah, see, and that's why you care about him, because it's a human doing dumb shit, but at some point it's going to be AI doing dumb shit, and the difference is going to be marginal for you. I mean, Facebook already tried to do it by putting a bunch of AI profiles on Facebook, which had a huge backlash, but I'll be real with you guys. There are tons of bots anyway. And most stuff you see online is humans posting fake, perfect versions of what they have. So it's fake anyway. And then it's AI filtered, it's filtered in general. It's all fake shit, right? It's online. When I play a game here, you're not watching my gameplay. This is actually the gameplay of the top #1 Roboquest player. It's not me. I'm not playing the game. I'm moving my mouse, but this is not me, right? I'm just kidding. I'm just talking over. No, I'm just kidding. You would know if you know what they play. Like, I know they're fantastic, amazing players in the game, and I'm nowhere near that level, obviously. So just a little joke, but yeah, it's gonna be really, really funny to see that in the near future. Oh yeah, sorry, I wanted to read your reply. That's a good answer. I personally think that personal identity is an illusion so big in us, and it just makes me think that we can we signify ourselves all the time. You may have been a horrible person years ago, but nowadays you're such a good person, and if personal identity is really an illusion, I'd say that you're not responsible for your past actions anymore since you're a different person. I mean, we already argued about determinism, right? So like responsibility of actions is a fucking illusion in anyway. So there's no real need to argue that that is the case. And obviously, the actions of the past are part of history, so they are real and they exist. But obviously, a person that can do horrible things or has done horrible things in the past can obviously come, you know, clean and become an amazing asset to humanity in the future, right? So obviously some people won't forgive the past, but I think, you know, when a person in its current state is a great, amazing human being, and it has value to people, you should not, you know, remove that value from humanity just for the sake of, you know, quote-unquote justice, right? I mean, yeah, some people will say, yeah, but he deserves X, Y, Z, but that's not true, right? The only reason why you want to even have actions against people doing bad stuff is because they're not responsible because of determinism, right? So you don't want to punish them, you want to change them to be better and protect people. And if the person did that, goal achieved, no need for any disciplinary actions. And that's not meant to be as an excuse, right? I can kill one person tomorrow and then I become a doctor and then I'm allowed, you know, everything's okay now if I don't kill anyone anymore, right? That's not what I mean. I mean, like in general, the idea sounds stupid because we're human and we don't like to hear that, right? But the idea is still the same. Even though what I just said sounds terrible, basically it is what it should be, right? In a perfect society, you would only punish acts or prevent like further pain and suffering instead of, you know, you wouldn't punish anything, right? You would only prevent suffering, and that would be the goal of any action. And if the person is in a state of, you know, yeah, you could have, you know, the problem is obviously you can never be sure, you can't introspect the person. So if the person tells you, oh, I'm the best person ever, I'm never gonna kill again, blah blah blah, right? You don't know if it's true, right? And you would have to assess the truth of that to be sure. Yeah, so that's why it's really difficult, really difficult for humans with our technology to make any real useful law statements, right? All we can do is like take really obviously bad people and try to help them or like prevent them from doing the things in the future, right? That's our primitive way. Like law systems are like so extremely primitive. And I mean, it affects everything, right? Look at fucking Nintendo. I mean, yeah, weird shit, right? Going from murdering. And Nintendo is like, I don't know why. I really don't know why. I guess it's because of the upcoming release of the Switch 2. They have started patent trolling. And I must really say, I don't like that. I don't like what Nintendo is doing. Just checking something. Okay, everything looks fine. I really don't like what Nintendo is doing there, because Nintendo is touching upon a lot of subjects which are like scientific works of people they have not done, right? It's not their work. They're like portraying their work as like scientific breakthroughs in domains that are using things like the knowledge of DLSS, for example, and like wording it like they invented that shit, right? This should not be allowed. Who's saying yes? Who's taking the money? Somebody must be taking money or is bad at his job, right? Like nobody should be okay with this. If you work at a patent place and you get this patent, I mean, yeah, maybe you have no idea what the fuck is going on and you're like, yeah, I have no idea this exists already, but you shouldn't be saying yes to this shit. It's such a generalistic shit patent too. Like it doesn't even cover DLSS only. It is almost like an potent patent for upscaling, right? They tried to word every single thing they could have thought of as a patent, and I don't know why you would do that. Like, it is unbelievable to me how they could even think of doing that. Like, it is such a stupid patent, and it's never gonna fly in court. So why even in the first place put it there? All you're doing is setting up a precedent that anyone that wants to disprove your worth as a company and your patents, all the shit patents are great examples of why your other patents might be worth less. Because I can just show you, right? I can show you 5 Nintendo patents which are dog shit and untrue, and you know, they should not be legally even a patent. And I can use that to prove that a company likes just to patent shit they don't even know what they're doing, right? So it's kind of really a big L for Nintendo to have people in their company pushing for these things. I don't know who is doing this, but you are an idiot. And you're gonna pay the price at some point. Like, it is really bad to fuck with the industry in general. Why would you fuck with an industry that is so open about technology? And you know, it's not like Nvidia, who invented DLSS. Nvidia invented DLSS. They have the papers on it. They are the upfront of AI. They made this shit happen, right? I mean, they didn't invent the neural networks in the background, but they invented all the modern applications of it, right? Not all of it, right? But a lot of them. And specifically DLSS, the first paper on the technology and idea was from Nvidia. So I think like and not the idea of upscaling in general, that has been around for a long time, right? Even way longer. And what did they do? Did they go to AMD when they made FSR and they said, no, that's our technology, don't use it? No, they did not. Nvidia did not sue the fucking shit out of AMD, right? Which they could have, if they wanted to, they could have patented that shit and they could have sued the living shit out of them. They didn't. Why? Because they're not pieces of shits. Because they're a valuable asset to humanity as a company, right? And that's what I hate about Nintendo. They're really trying to prove that all they care about is their own financial gain and they don't give a shit about anyone else. And why? I mean, I get it, it's like, it's capitalism, but then again, why do it in such a dumb way that is really, really obvious even to your fans, right? It's not like I have to disprove anything. It's just objectively just copy pasting DLSS and other upscaling methods that have been around for a long, long time. Longer than probably Nintendo has even been around, because upscaling probably already was an issue way before the first consoles were made. You always had like data you want to like display different resolutions and different information densities, right? That has been probably around for, I would guess, even over 100 years, right, to some degree. So I think it's really, really disingenuous of them to make these patents and really shines a very negative light on them for me personally. I get that they want to be kind of protective of their implementation version of that technology, but then making a generalistic patent that is not specific to what they are doing is just a huge L. Yeah, I really don't like that. So yeah, fuck you Nintendo for trying that. And they already, what was yeah, Palworld, also the shit they're trying to pull there. I get it, right? Palworld needs, I mean, is really, really not a nice, how you put it, it is pretty much a copy-paste thing, right? Like you can tell a lot of things are pretty copy-paste, like from an idea perspective, like visually especially. But I think Palworld is such a different game, and I don't think like they technically they do deserve some kind of legal actions, but not the way Nintendo is trying to do it, right? The way the vector of they're trying to do legally is always, it just shows our legal system is shit, right? Nintendo should have a way to say, hey, Palworld, you're kind of infringing on the core, like, artistic integrity of our things, right? Or blah, 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 or something, I don't know. But then again, it also looks a lot like Digimon, so what do I know, right? Like, there should be some kind of way to say, okay, it shouldn't be called Pokemon with guns. If everyone thinks it's Pokemon with guns, and there are people, you might say, haha, yeah, it's funny, right? There are people that don't know it's not Pokemon. They see the game and they're like, oh, a new Pokemon game. Unironically, they don't know it's not from Nintendo, and that is a problem, obviously, right? You don't want to have an IP. I mean, there's this one really incredible mobile game that's incredible from a plagiarism perspective. It looks like League of Legends. It looks one-to-one like fucking League of Legends. If you wouldn't have told me this is not League of Legends mobile, I would have said this is League of Legends mobile. And if that is a clear statement, like the clear majority of people have, then there should be a legal way to make these people have to change something, right? There is just an obvious, yeah, this is just a blatant ripoff, right? And I don't think Palworld is that at all from a game perspective, but from a visual design perspective from the Pokemon, you could maybe make some cases here and there, I don't know. But the core idea of the game is obviously not that. But then in games, it's more, I think, about the, you know, how much you think it's the same game. It's not about the ideas, because games, you know, they have, thankfully, almost no patents on gameplay. You can almost make any game without having to pay anyone anything, right? I can make a first-person shooter. I don't have to go back to John Carmack and, you know, the guys who made Doom and all those games, Quake. I don't even know who, I forgot who was the first one, but definitely among the first ones, right? I'm not gonna go there and like say, oh yeah, I have to go back and pay the money for it, right? And they're fine with that too, right? They're not like, oh yeah, sure, I just, you know, that I invented that, but you know, I'm gonna ask money for that. That's very, very rare in the video game industry, thankfully. Otherwise, games would be very limited in their scope and would be way more expensive, and it would be super annoying. And that's why I really don't like what Nintendo is doing there. They should just shut the fuck up. And if there's a real clone, like for example for the League of Legends game, which is undeniably just a fucking clone of the game, visually, like it is really playing with a fire, right? And I'm not even arguing the game plays the same. I'm not saying the game has the same heroes, the same gameplay. I'm saying if the art style looks one-to-one like your game and the gameplay is the same idea and people can't distinguish between the two games, then something is wrong, right? Something is too close to home. It's like, it is, for me, that is a plagiarism. The only case in gaming where I would say there should be some kind of possibility for protection, legal action. If I would make a game that looks exactly like Roboquest, plays exactly like Roboquest, everyone thinks it's Roboquest, then I think there should be a way to prevent this, right? Even if the source code was not copy-pasted. And often in Chinese-based games, there is unfortunately also theft of source code. So a lot of games that look the same and come from China, there's also, initially at least, often a lot of very samey code base. And I mean, sure, we have chatbot now, rewrite this code for me that it doesn't, you know, every line of code, but to have the same functionality. And then you can do it, right? There's so many ways these days to scum that. Yeah, I really wonder how you're going to protect that again, because before you could just go into the file, right? And then you could say, yeah, this is the function, here you have copy paste, this is copy paste, this is the same variable names. But now with one click, you can basically say, okay, change everything that looks the same to something different. And then you would have to like do some kind of semantic or even algorithmic analysis, which might be out of scope at the moment. So they're really tough, but that's why I think the proof that holds up the most today is just like, if people are confused about if it's the same game or not, even after like a bit longer inspection, basically, they should definitely not be allowed to do that, right? If I look at a game and I'm just like, even after playing the game, I might not be sure if it's from the same devs, is it the same game IP or something? Something is wrong, right? That's just my only real feeling-based thing I have. Everything else doesn't matter, right? If you don't really just steal outright one-to-one, it's perfectly fine. And Nintendo is just like really trying to get into the space where they're like trying to get credit for stuff they have no place at all in getting, right? They're doing tons of great stuff. For example, Astrobot, for example, when the devs were on the stage, they were like talking about Mario, right? They were like, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to say this, but you know, we really have to give, we are not allowed to say Nintendo, but we want to give credit to Mario, right? And that is so true. After seeing Astrobot, you can see these guys love Mario. They love their old platforming games, right? You can tell there's a lot of people that grew up with it, and that was such a Giga Chat move to give the credit there. But I don't think Nintendo should have the patent on it, because it would be a huge L for the industry if that would happen, because all the creativity would be definitely just be sucked out. One person would patent the Battle Royale games, the other one would have the looter shooter. You know, this game would get sued by Overwatch for having the same guns, right? Like it would be a real shit show and nobody could make a game anymore. So that's why gaming is really, really a good space at the moment, and big companies should just shut the fuck up and not mess with the things that will harm themselves, right? It's like, it's so nearsighted too. It's not like even that hard to see that if Nintendo goes this way and everybody joins Nintendo, right? Or just wants to fuck with Nintendo, I'm pretty sure you can find tons of game mechanics in Nintendo's games which are also just copy-pasted from somewhere else, right? Nintendo is just like feeling safe because they have been around for a long time. But then if you want to make a new game one day, a new IP, and suddenly you want to have some modern game design idea, and then bam, it's patented, right? And then you have to pay money, and it would be so shit. Like really, that's why I'm really so negative about Nintendo starting to piss me off there. And now they're going after like generalistic upscaling stuff, where do they want to patent the human brain and eye too? Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, holy shit. You know what? NVIDIA I would have understood. They invented the shit, right? And it was very new and novel idea. And I was like, yeah, that, you know, I could see them wanting to make money out of that. But they did not care because they knew that, you know, there's going to be so much good shit. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. And you know which company is fucking worth a fuck ton now? NVIDIA. Why? Because they're not bitches, right? I mean, they're being bitches somewhere else. I'm not a fanboy of NVIDIA, by the way. I just don't like when people shit on a company that has pushed so much of current technology forward. And it was like the only driving force, right? Like from in a field that was not considered very profitable at the time too. And they had this vision, right? And they were enacting on it, and they didn't patent that shit, right? This is just so giga. And then the fucking Nintendo comes along and wants to do it. Like, it's so fucking pathetic. Like, really, fuck you, Nintendo. Holy shit. I'm still gonna buy the Switch too, because it's probably gonna be a good value proposition at launch, at least. I mean, the Switch 1 now is definitely a scam. If you buy a Switch 1 now, the software prices are a scam. You're paying what? 60 bucks for Donkey Kong remaster, like visually, like not remaster, upscaled game, right? There's higher resolution HD remake of Donkey Kong, 60 bucks. And yeah, fuck you, by the way, for that. And then also you were buying hardware that is so cheap it should probably cost $50, if I'm honest, like the first Switch. But the Switch 2, once it comes out, obviously it's going to be, you know, not a state-of-the-art like a mobile device, but it's going to be a way better value proposition than the original Switch. So at this point, right, at this point in time. So yeah, as always, buy Nintendo stuff when it's new, and you will have at least some degree of value proposition there. I'm not saying you can't have a ton of fun on the Switch. I'm just saying what they're selling you is beyond, like, almost a scam from a hardware perspective, right? The Switch 1 hardware is so shit. Like, if a smartphone came out with these specs at that price point, people would fucking destroy their ass, right? Like, it would be the laughing stock of the industry. And the only reason why people are not laughing with Nintendo is because they have tons of exclusivity, and it's a console, so we kind of expect it to be that way. Yeah, but yeah, and the reason why you shouldn't expect the Switch 2 to be that amazing, it's going to be way better relative to the Switch 1 because it's going to have upscaling, right? So it's going to be a very performant device, but you should not expect a high-end device by any means, right? Because Nintendo, if they do one thing right for them personally, is they never sell hardware at a loss, right? They make money off hardware sales, which is unlike the PlayStation, unlike the Xbox, which are really usually even subsidized, so you can get like more hardware per money. Nintendo never has been like that, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, not never, I mean, maybe older consoles where I don't remember if the N64, GameCube were like that, but I think definitely were the Wii back then, the original Wii, when they copy-pasted the GameCube hardware and put a new control scheme on it. I think that's when they started to make big bucks on the hardware beyond mobile markets. So a genius move, to be honest. I think whoever made that decision from a financial perspective, very, very genius. The Wii U, though, obviously showed that not every idea is great, but yeah, you can definitely say expect the Switch 2 to be the Switch 1 again. Yeah, it's the idea sticks, right? I think there's no need for like, if it's the same type of device, I don't think there's that much room for innovation at the moment. I mean, I'd gladly be proven wrong, right? If the Switch 2 does something really amazing, unexpectedly, that's great, but there's definitely room for innovation in the long term. But if they just want to make the same device, I don't think you need to over-engineer the solution, right? The people are going to buy the Switch 2, even though there's a lot of competition from the Steam Deck at the moment. There's still going to be a lot of casual people that, just like Nintendo stuff, and they don't care. They don't care really about that too much, and also emulation's kind of pretty dead. So there are gonna be a bunch of people, including me, even though I don't own a console, because I only buy them for exclusive, and I don't like exclusives, right? But I still, when I want to play a game, I usually tend to play it at some point. And in this case, obviously, Nintendo games I want to play, if possible, on the Switch. If emulation has a better experience, I will emulate, obviously, but that's probably very unlikely now. And also, portable gaming devices for vacations are kind of nice. Since I don't own a Steam Deck, I think it's kind of, for me, redundant with my, local setup. And on the go, right, this is how I treat it, basically. On the go, I would play Nintendo games that I can play on my PC. And that's why I don't need a, mobile PC. So, yeah, that's my idea, basically. But, if the Switch 2 costs 1,000 euros, I will say fuck off and not buy it, obviously, but it's probably going to be a pretty low-end, but, relatively performant device, right? Low-end, good performance for what it is, and I expect something between 400 and 500 euros for it. If it's 600, honestly, then I would expect good hardware. So 600, they really would have to up the hardware. But at the end of the day, they can adjust the price as needed, and they want to maximize the revenue. So they might even do an initial high price with an adjustment downwards later. But yeah, it's also about like the long-term perception. Are customers gonna get pissed at you? Are you going to leave out customers and they're going to change to PC gaming instead if you're too close to it, right? Like the PlayStation 5 Pro, for example, a lot of people might consider getting a PC instead because you can get really close with the same amount of money with a way more flexible system. So it's kind of really hard, right? As a company, when you don't, if you're starting to compete with the new market. So I guess Nintendo's definitely going to steer clear of being too close to the high-end Steam Deck versions, like the ROG Ally or stuff like that. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna make a good console. It's probably gonna have amazing games on it. And if the next Pokemon is a buggy, ugly piece of shit game, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, because that really would be, you know what, I'm just sad for people who care, to be honest. Like, I don't specifically care about individual IPs that much, but just like the idea of having long-term Pokemon fans can treat it like shit again and again and again by fucking Nintendo and what is it called, like Game Freak or whatever, then the Pokemon Company or whatever they call them now. I hate that, right? You made them billionaires and they're shitting on you, right? And including me too, because I'm obviously also, I don't dislike Pokemon, right? So it's like, yeah, I hate that. I hate that. You have so much money. All you need to do is get some fucking competent engineers, make a good engine, get some good devs, and like fix the fucking basics, right? The same thing I'm saying about From Software. From Software needs engine designers and netcode designers which are not incompetent apes. Right, this is how it is. They need help. I'm not gonna pretend, you know, they don't need help, and I really hope they're getting the help, and we're gonna see a great improvement in netcode stuff for the next game. But I'm like very lenient while people don't have money, and you know, or when problems are technically impossible to solve, right? If you don't have, like, the humans are just too dumb, for example. You can't solve an issue, for example. It's like technologically, you know, not doable at the moment. Okay, but if it's a simple issue that has been fixed in a lot of games, at least to a, you know, okay degree, and you have a fuck ton of money, if you don't fix it, either you have an ego that you don't want to hire people, or you have you're a greedy bitch, right? So yeah, there's no place for excuses anymore. If the next From Software game is not a technical, and I mean like more than 60 FPS, and netcode based masterpieces, if it has multiplayer, because they should have the money and manpower. Everyone would want to work there if they give them enough money, right? If someone came up to me and told me, hey, you want to do game design on the new, you know, Miyazaki's new game, and you want to, you know, do some stuff there, I would probably say fuck no, because I want to do AI stuff. But maybe I wouldn't, because you know, I would say, you know what, it's like 1 year maybe or something. Yeah, but not my lifetime, obviously. But just like maybe a little side project, why not, right? Could be fun. But then again, right, if you have money, people will come, and they have money. So, and it's not an impossible task to do a good netcode and have a bug-free, solid experience. And why am I shitting on Elden Ring? What is the problem? I mean, the multiplayer experience is utter garbage. Like the netcode side of it is complete trash. The implementation is shit. The game had tons of fucking bugs. It had significant performance issues at launch. To this day, ray tracing runs like a goddamn shit show. It doesn't have any upscaler support. In general, the engine is completely unoptimized for open world gameplay, which makes sense because it was not initially meant to be for open worlds. But it doesn't matter. Now you have it is what it is, and your first game, you know, I excuse it since, you know, you were already pretty big before, like Elden Ring, but after Elden Ring, you have so much money. Your next game, and you also have dev time, right? Dev time money. The next game, which, you know, there's, why is this, I guess, this distinction? There's like 3 types of games: single player, limited scope, single player, like open world scope, and then both, I guess, with a multiplayer added on top, right? Which adds netcode as a problem. And these 3 technical challenges, the first one, like the single player game challenge, they had for a long time. They had the time to iterate. I mean, the first games were terrible, like Demon's Souls, when I played back in the day. Was a good game, right? But like technically, like, it was really scuffed. The animations were like very simple. They didn't have much money, basically, right? You could really tell. But then they kind of started solving the single player limited scope experience. And Elden Ring is their first like non-limited scope open world-ish experience, right? And you can really tell. You can tell they're like definitely not as proficient from a technical perspective. And now they know those challenges, and now they have more time. And if they're not fixing it, then it's pure greed. Yeah, that's why I'm really looking forward to seeing the technical improvement in the netcode base. Like, let's be real, like the next Elden Ring game is probably going to run exactly like Elden Ring because it's like the same assets and the same engine stuff. They're not going to mix that up too much. I hope they optimize it, obviously. I really hope there's tons of optimization, especially when it comes to maybe ray trace and ray trace global illumination, for example, is, I think, almost a must to make the game look better, because I think it does look technically dated. You can see it's cross-gen, right? Elden Ring looks pretty from an artistic perspective, but technically there is a lot of room for improvement. And I think the easiest way for them to have a low effort improvement across the board over different asset pieces of different games is obviously just like they do, right? Improve the model quality and all those things. but also just add a lot of, you know, good efficient ray tracing support. Like efficient, I'm not talking to just add a bunch of ray tracing, but just add ray tracing features which enhance the overall visual quality at almost no additional dev time, right? That's why I'm so for it. Even if you don't have much money, ray tracing can be a very, very, very cost efficient way to make your game look significantly better, if it suits, you know, the game. So yeah, overall, I expect a lot. What do I expect? Basically, I expect hopefully more optimization in that regard, but since it might still be the same engine, the one I'm looking at specifically, since it's a co-op based experience, I'm looking very, very closely at the netcode. I will look for I'm not going to look for it actively in a way that I'm going to forcefully test it. I'm going to try to, you know, as soon as I notice anything off there, I will definitely be very, very like you know, vocal about it, right? If they should fuck up the netcode on the new From Software game, I'm gonna fucking shit on them. Like, and I hope I don't have to. I really hope they realize, right? They must have known, right? This fucking small shitty mod that doesn't fix the netcode but fixes so many design issues, which I don't think are gonna be an issue in this one. Hopefully, I mean, they're gonna be design issues, but different ones. Still, you know, it just makes them look like counts, right? It's not a good look if some modder can do something in a few days with a few kilobytes of code that you couldn't do on a platform. And I know you might, obviously we know why that's the case, right? They're on console, it's cross-gen, it's easier to maintain one code base, they have limited resources, and the fog walls and all those things are technical issues from PlayStation 4 and from Xbox. Xbox One, right? Is this Xbox One? I don't even know what the last one is called. The naming is so shit. Can we talk about how shit the naming is for Xboxes? Like, fuck you, man. Just call them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I know what this does is give you the illusion that your stuff is still valuable because it doesn't have the inferior name on it, right? And you can like make people think they might be buying the same console, like just like scamming your people. It's such a dick move, honestly. Like Series S and X, right? Like, huh? I mean, I know what they are, but I'm pretty sure a lot of consumers are just gonna buy the cheaper one because they don't even know the difference. Buying trash because the Xbox Series S technically is, I think, a product that you would be very well off not to buy, to be honest. And that's the thing, I'm always thinking about it, right? Why would you buy an S instead of just buying an X and a few games less, right? I'm always thinking about it. If you're in an extremely tight budget, which does not allow you to play any games on the S because you would have to, you know, spend the money, I get it, right? But if it's not a mega tight budget and you rather would play games in an okay quality than in a complete shit show of a quality for a lot of games, like, I don't know, it's just not a good value proposition. The Series S can be, depending on what you want to do with it. If you have a specific use case, can be great, right? If you know exactly what games you want to play and how they perform. But for the general gamer, I think the existence of that console is going to lead to a lot of parents and people buying the console because, oh, it's cheaper, I don't really care, haha. And a ton of people are going to have a shitty gaming experience that they would not have had. I mean, they would have had the gaming experience, right? Your parents probably would have bought you a Series X instead, right? If there was no S, they would have said, yeah, okay, we'll have to make do, right? We're gonna make it happen. But yeah, there will be some edge cases where you get nothing instead. That sucks, right? That's where the S is good. But a lot of people will probably have a ruined gaming experience, especially younger people that don't have control over their hardware purchases. And yeah, I don't know. It just makes me kind of mad at Xbox for naming them, right? It's not about the product, it's about the way it's named, right? Like, yeah. S could also be called Slim, right? S is so deceiving, right? X large, S slim, but that's not what it is, right? It's not a form factor. It's like a completely different hardware. The one is complete trash and the other one's like, no, it's not complete trash. It's not great, right? That's what I was trying to say. I'm not shitting on it because it's really, if you've seen a few videos on the versions that run on that console of modern games, not all games, some have very great versions, right? Big props to the devs, obviously, who made that happen. But yeah, it's also like Switch games, right? Some Switch ports are so great and others are so unbelievably shit that That's what I'm just talking about, right? Because usually games are made for the major platforms, and you just like get ports if you are not on them. And Switch, for example, the only reason why we're even seeing these ports for games that are not targeted for Switch hardware is because it was too successful to ignore, right? Witcher 3 on Switch only happened because Switch sold well. If Switch didn't sell well, nobody would have given a shit. We would never have seen anything on Switch, right? I mean, that's a generalistic statement, I guess, but you can also say that in this case, the results are sometimes the most horrendous ports of all gaming history. Like running at frame rates and especially resolutions which you're unbelievable sometimes. Like the visual, like the image quality is unacceptable in a lot of cases. And Series S also a bit less so, but also can sometimes suffer from that. And Microsoft forcing people to develop for both of them at the same time is kind of also an issue, right? Because you can't release, I think, on Xbox X only. You also have to make an S version. So you're like basically forcing the devs to make a shit version of your game, of their game. If it's like they want to make a high-end visual game, but they have to make sure that runs. And I guess the saving grace is the existence of FSR, some shit you can just put over because it doesn't support DLSS because it's an AMD-based hardware. So yeah, I guess they got saved by the upscaler. I mean, it doesn't run like complete shit anymore. It looks like complete shit, but you know. That's why, you know, as much as I am like, oh, NVIDIA, it's nice to have open source alternatives, right? It's nice, but don't confound AMD making those with AMD being like a generous, oh look, we don't need to make a proprietary, right? That's not the case at all. Like, as always, AMD does it because they don't have the market share, right? If you don't have the market share, look at our cool inferior feature. 95% of you can use the better feature because they have the competitor, but we're making it available to everyone. And then you're like, oh, that's great. Oh my God, you're so generous. The 95% that have the better version of your product now can use your shitty inferior product. And since there's a software resolution that doesn't cost them anything, how nice of AMD. It's just a marketing stunt. And AMD was so scummy with FSR too. I'll never forget how shitty AMD's marketing department handled FSR, DLSS. Like the fact that it existed. Like talking some shit about inferior pixel quality, blah, blah, blah. Which would all have been fine if we weren't like already temporarily upscaling every single game with horrible algorithms anyway. It wasn't like we're not comparing native non-TAA based perfect rendering. No, we're comparing like shitty upscaled games with checkerboard rendering on PlayStation 4 to a vastly improved version of that, right? So it's like, yeah, and they just didn't have anything, right? What do you do if you don't have a good product compared to your competition? You shit talk your competition because the fans of you know, your marketing material is going to be read by apes anyway. They don't know shit, right? So in general, I think it's a perfectly valuable marketing stunt, but as an informed consumer, it's disgusting to see how they're lying to their consumer base, right? They're just straight up lying. To this day, some people still eat that shitty messaging, and I'm just like, oh, you know, like I care about truth, right? I care about positivity. I care about, you know, gains for people that they make them happy, right? I don't care about a marketing shitty campaign. But yeah, I just don't like that a lot of people are being misled, and it really hurt the general perception of that side. Hello, muffin. Yeah, we're still going here. No legendary drops here, unfortunately. They seem to be very rare, or they have been completely halted. I don't know. Habt ihr was gefunden? Oh. Oh. Okay. Und weggewählt wurde er nicht. Oh, hier regnet es viel. Yeah, there was, it's pretty stormy and rainy weather outside, and my girlfriend just came home. I don't know how long we're gonna go here, but you can assume, unless I make catastrophic errors, that the game has a scaling issue. Like, I'm not kidding, right? I think this is a perfect demo of what is wrong with the mode at the moment. Like, it should not be possible to brain AFK, farm level after level. I mean, it is called endless, but I think you must have misunderstood the purpose of endless. Endless does not mean technically endless, it means theoretically endless. And under perfect play-in conditions, you could go on forever. Since no human is perfect, it should never be endless, right? If I was a machine, sure, make it endless, right? But I'm not a, I'm not a machine to that degree, right? I'm a flawed machine, so. Yeah, this mode for sure needs some kind of difficulty curve adjustment. And on both sides, early too hard, late way too slow to increase in difficulty. I don't know if it ever does, actually. I don't even know what my last run ended on. I don't remember. So, must have been a very memorable experience. Yeah, it is fun, but it really needs more challenge. The only thing that's like keeping me going here is like the prospect of getting more legendaries, but they're few and far between, so... Ich habe es jetzt nicht mitbekommen. Yeah, so definitely hope they are gonna look at this, and obviously this might be again, again, not a lot of people are playing the mode in general because it starts too hard, so it's more of an issue that I have, I guess, again, but okay. Ja, das finde ich. Doch, aber ich irgendwie irgendwas, ich weiß nicht, woran er mich erinnert. Er erinnert mich an irgendwas. Und ja, ist schön. Mhm. Ich finde dich in kleiner eigentlich am süßesten. In kleiner finde ich dich am süßesten. Ah, we missed stage 69. Shit. Mhm. Was ist das nicht? Schau es mir gleich an. But you know what's funny? That my autopilot didn't pick up, I think at least, hopefully didn't, pick up any items I didn't want to pick up. So I already had enough pre-trained data to not automatically just click on everything. That's kind of really interesting. I wonder if it's going to be an issue with the level up system, that when you get level ups, I just are going to start to ignore them automatically, because I do that here because there's no purpose. I mean, we must have like, I don't know, 20 healing items, or maybe even more at the moment. Maybe even 50. I don't even know how many. I'm not paying attention at all. Okay, und? Sie ist sehr retro, finde ich. Mhm. Wie so ein Hemd aus den, ich weiß nicht welche Zeitperiode, 80er, 70er oder so. Ja, Frauen nicht, aber Männer.
Da muss man den halt mal ausstellen lassen. Normal, das
Wow.
Ich glaube, ich gehe auf eine Kiste Markt gehen.
Ja.
Sag hier.
Diese Aussagen auch, hä? Was ist das für eine schlechte Händleraussage? Sie ist kein guter Verkäufer.
Sagen, dass sie auch findet, das passt nicht. Aber ich soll es trotzdem kaufen, wenn ich es besser ausfinden kann.
Weiß nicht. Yeah, sorry for speaking German. So whenever there's something relevant, I will translate. It's just like me talking to my girlfriend. Mhm. Oh. Really gonna kill this? Oh yeah. Achso, das gab's gar nicht mehr, oder was? Yeah, stage 82, I mean, this seems to be a function of time and not skill, which I don't like. It should be a function of both. And at the end it should be more skill. Oh my god, really? Oh, here we go. Nice. I mean, that's why it's still motivating getting all the legendary. I mean, it's impossible to even get remotely this strong in a normal run, right? But at the same time, speed that up, right? My advice is basically exponentiate the difficulty curve, flatten out the beginning, and increase the legendary drop rate exponentially towards the end too. So you really, you know, you expect it to die at some point pretty quickly then, and you want to get the same power spike. So what we're going to have here at level 100 is probably going to be almost all relevant legendaries. That should happen obviously way sooner, right? This is technically, I think, would say 5 hours maybe in the game right now. A 5 hour long run, which is still not incredible, right? It could go on for way longer. But at the same time, is it worth this, right? Is this, I mean, it's still fun, right? But is this what I want to have every single time I turn on an endless thing? This is a once in a lifetime fun flat curve experience, but I would really like this to be one, you know, this run should have been an almost impossible feat. It should have the same power level way earlier and be very high skill ceiling to even get there. And how would I do that? It's really hard to say. I would probably really pump up the damage of the enemy significantly so that you can really only take one hit or so. And I guess I would even design it around the idea that you can only get like, you can get back, right, from the one hit, but you really need to work for it. I don't know, that must be, that, or maybe just increase healing over time or some shit. I don't know. Just like make it so that at some point you can't sustain yourself anymore, and it's like you know it's gonna come to an end. It doesn't have to come. The thing is, either you make it over healing, and it is a slow death and a predictable death, and you just try to grind it out. Or you make it over damage values, which means you're gonna die in one shot and it's gonna feel pretty cheap. So I think like the healing slow death might feel better, but I would playtest that, right? I would try it out. I would try to find out which version feels nicer to die, because you want to kill the player, right? But you also want to make sure skill will keep him alive as long as possible. So I wonder what a good solution would be here, because I don't even know, man. Like, is any scaling going on here beyond my scaling? Because it doesn't feel like the enemies are scaling at all. Like, HP pool is great, but damage pools kind of also don't change too much. So I don't know what formula they're using, but it's extremely soft and weird. Are you licking me, Apricorn? This looks like a licking animation. And hello, Apricorn. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Oh! Wait. Is this at the end? No, or is it just a booster? Okay. Bist du ein Wie-Fit? Ja, das ist natürlich. Es ist schön, wie Unternehmen ihr Wunschdenken haben. Yeah, relax. I mean, at least we're progressing quickly. I don't even know, it's just a number, right? Does it have any relevance here? I do wonder. I didn't bother to check the world record, but I would assume the world record is more based on endurance than on skill, maybe? I mean, you could argue that the faster person would be able to make more levels happen in the same amount of time, but unless the game really has some kind of crazy difficulty spike at some point. At least the onset seems to be pretty skillless. So. I mean, not the onset of the run, but the onset of the long-term stuff, right? And I'm obviously getting hit a lot, but it's also because it doesn't matter, right? It's not like it matters. I'm just like, my brain is not like avoiding hits just yet, because it doesn't seem relevant enough. Because even taking a bit of damage is so easy to compensate for that it feels almost like a waste of processing power to even care about it, right? You just go in full send and then you're just like gonna be at full HP anyway. You have like 25 or 50, I don't even know, healing potions available, so kind of awkward. You know what? I'm so happy with what we got here. I'm just gonna press this button once. And when it gets tough, right, we can start using those resources a bit more efficiently. I mean, I'm not even using the grappling hook anymore because it's so fucking useless. I mean, it's not useless, right? It's just not required. And I think this is a great example, by the way, of what difficulty in games means, right? Because some people just like easy games, and that's perfectly fine. But there is still a very real advantage of some moderate challenge that it makes stuff more engaging, right? Suddenly you use mechanics you wouldn't have used otherwise. It's horrible. Yeah, so I think like that is a really cool example of why you suddenly don't use mechanics anymore, right? You're not careful anymore, you don't dodge as efficiently anymore. It's like you can turn off your brain almost completely and still succeed because you're so strong, which is a cool moment, I guess, in a game that you have to work for it. But if you sustain the moment for too long, people are just gonna feel like, you know, as fun as killing is, as boring it gets from a challenge perspective. And that doesn't mean I'm not gonna make a mistake and die, right? At some point, it's probably gonna happen. And assuming the game hopefully has some sort of ramp up still happening, which seems to be almost unnoticeable, but it probably is there, right? I hope there is, because otherwise it would really just be me, like, how much time do I want to sink into this? Like, it would just be a number going up and up and up. I really hope there is still some kind of damage values increasing in the background, which at some point should not be able to compensate for anymore, because there are not an infinite amount of items in the pool, right? You can't get duplicates, and but at the moment it still looks like we're dealing more and more damage and not taking much more damage, so who knows. Yeah, but I hope this is a good demo of what I think should change, right? Because, yeah, the initial stuff, too hard for most people to get into a run relative to the base difficulty expectation of the game. And this way too slow to get difficult. And not in a way that, like I said, I think same power level should be achieved, so you wouldn't have to just speed up the legendary drop rate to make this happen. And then, yeah. That would work, right? You would get the exact same experience. Just like make the progression a bit faster and definitely the difficulty curve faster. Yeah, because technically endless games that are literally endless are, for me, is not what it should be. And you might, you know, some people will take that as a defense mechanism and say, it says endless, it should be endless. But just play other games that have endless modes, and you will definitely quickly find out why this is probably a very uncommon mode in its implementation here. Like, this exact implementation of literally endless stuff, I mean, so far, right? I mean, I might be wrong. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, do I plan to set a world record on the longest run in this game? No. I sure hope not. So I really hope at some point it's gonna get really difficult to survive and I die naturally. Because I'm not gonna spend fucking 10 days playing this shit. If it was possible, I wouldn't do it, right? I would definitely just kill myself at some point. So I really hope the game picks up. I heard some talk about level 100. I don't remember if that's where I died, so maybe it is level 100. Yeah, so maybe there's some crazy shit then going on, and they just give you like I guess a long period of freedom, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we're like 14 levels away, and so far, if there's no real unexpected shift... Yeah. I'm just like imagining this is like you're playing Diablo, but you don't have a belt, and you can just like stack potions infinitely. Okay, it is technically Dark Souls... No, Demon Souls. I think that you might not know this if you didn't play Demon Souls, but Demon Souls had a healing system that was not limited, so you could have an infinite amount of heals on you. And funnily enough, Dark Souls 2 has the same issue because it has like regenerative healing items you can buy infinitely and have on you at the same time. And that really makes for a vastly easier game. Like having no healing limits is not a great idea. I mean, technically here it's not unlimited, but might as well be. Okay. This just doesn't sound too useful for us, but yeah, I'll always take the 20 damage here, because if I die anywhere at the moment, I still feel like a combo of a boss could like do it. It's just like decreasing the time we fight the boss, right? Makes it a bit easier. I still can't, I just can't. I mean, isn't this funny? Let's just take it because it's funny. It could be really bad and annoying and we die as a result, but it could also be really funny. I never picked this one because it seems like no value, to be honest. Like a very, very low value purchase, but it is. This build is so... I mean, I really would like to see what other people did for higher build runs, because the time to kill is so low, right? It's not like even the survivability is really good, but the time of kill to kill is also really good. So it's like... It's not insane, right? It's not like we're like one-tapping every single room, and I'm also not using crouch, right? There are people that constantly use the crouch stuff. I don't even have it equipped. Because I don't like the mechanic of crouch stomping the entire time. I feel like I want to play an FPS and I don't want to play like Super Mario. And it's perfectly fine if you do, right? This is a great thing about the game. It doesn't force you usually to play with all the mechanics. So yeah, it's optimal to do the crouch spam on the ground the entire time, but you don't have to. So that is a really nice design philosophy. So this unique Mario style is really cool, but it's... I'm not saying it's not for me, it's not what I'm looking for when I'm playing this game, right? For example, when I played Vertigo, I was like, hey, you know what? I was looking for a twin stick shooter, but for whatever reason, the jumping mechanic was so nicely integrated that it felt very natural. But and then I think, honestly, if the game was third person and it had the jumping mechanic, it would be vastly more used by me. Because I think in first person, jumping on people, this is not, it doesn't, I mean, it works, right? It doesn't feel bad, but it just doesn't come as naturally. And I think, you know, I was very cynical about third-person shooters, right? Because you always have like this weird situation where you can like see someone where they can't see you because you can like, you know, hide behind cover. But I kind of think in games where it's not that relevant, like Marvel Rivals, for example, third person is an amazing perspective. I think third person really... I didn't get stunned for so long that I don't even know how to do this anymore. Wait, what the fuck? I'm just getting stunned over and over again. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a really good perspective, and I think, honestly, making Overwatch first person might have been a mistake. I think Marvel Rivals will be more successful in the long term because of the perspective. Not even the IP, right? Overwatch is a huge IP too. I mean, not as big as Marvel, maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Definitely not, I guess. But the thing is, the perspective doesn't suit the playstyle for all characters. Some characters are perfectly fine in first person, right? Tracer, for example, I think works perfectly fine. But others, like Reinhardt, just feel like so awkwardly limited. And also a lot of melee characters like Doomfist and everything. Just, I mean, yeah, it works because they made it work with the perspective. It's not like it feels bad or anything. But I think it would feel better and also enable new designs like you can see in Marvel Rivals with the new perspective. What the fuck? How many did we... Did we forget to do this the last time? Guess we did. Oh my god, are we like... It feels like we're getting stronger and stronger and stronger, like... I mean, I'm not even kidding, like, look at this damage, man. What the fuck is going on? Oh yeah, I guess because we opened the door, yeah. Yeah, opening the door gives us the attack speed bonus. Yeah, even getting hacked doesn't matter, because we just right-click, which always works, and until we're back from the hacking thing, we're already safe again. Yeah, you would really have to get some very unlucky timing for that to become an issue. And I guess we might also have high roll on the glitches, because I assumed that it could give you any negative effect at the end, right? You're gonna get all of them stacked, but we didn't get the shield. And I think the bonk shield is one of the dumbest glitches you can get, because it really changes. I mean, it forces you to play Mario, right? And I think that is a terrible thing. I think the glitch, like the shield bonk glitch, is really bad. And the reason why I think it's bad is because there might be a sniper build that doesn't want to get close. And this is literally telling you you have to go in sometimes and kill them. Even if there are not a lot of enemies, it still will completely fuck you over if you don't want to do the bonking mechanic, right? So I think that is one of the worst glitches they have in the game. I know where they're coming from. They want you to use their game mechanics and change the way you play. But I don't think that is the way to do it, to be honest. Like, forcing players into this weird mechanic. Oh yeah, you know why we're taking so much damage? Because we're, like, getting shot by the snipers. And since I got used to ignoring all the enemies, since we're so strong, and they're slowly dealing a bit more damage, I feel, maybe? It's getting to the point where we maybe have to pay attention again. Hopefully at some point we do. Because, I mean, I would, you know, at the end when it's getting harder, I would try a bit more, right? At the moment I'm not trying. So if we get like one tap now because I don't pay attention, it would be kind of unfortunate. But if it stays like that and we get one tap, who cares, right? I do hope it's gonna really ramp it up. You know what? I don't want to be the guy that dies to the fucking boss with like, I don't know, with 50 damage buffs enabled. Yeah, horrible fight, right? The thing is, once it gets hard, my muscle memory for fighting normally, which is dodging and not taking damage, is completely gone. So maybe we should look for the same weapon in the legendary version, but then again the upgrade cost is so high, I don't even know if it's worth it, to be honest. Once we have all the legendaries, probably it's gonna be worth it, I guess. Yeah, our drone is really good, and I think we have an upgrade that is generalistic and says all our summons deal fire damage and more damage and stuff like that. So that's a really cool thing they changed. I don't think I ever had a non-engineer based drone build, like a summon build though. So I kind of feel like on some classes it feels more like a gimmick than a feature. But on others it definitely, I mean here for example we do have summons, right? But some just don't, and then you kind of feels weird to get an upgrade that tells you that you deal 30% less weapon damage while you don't have a single summon. So it's kind of like, why does this item exist for me? Although I'm pretty sure every class has some degree, I think, of summons, but I'm not sure. And you can also get the box, right? The box item and the beehive item, which is, I think, in general a terrible item, but not in general. For my builds that don't use the minion stuff, it always has been terrible. Yeah, which is why the arsenal upgrade is really cool, where you can disable certain weapons, and I really should unlock it finally, because it definitely puts more RNG in the game by giving me items I really will never use. But then again, I really hope one day I use them, so that's why I don't disable them, right? Because I think like one day you might dismiss a weapon as garbage, and one day you might pick it up in a perfect build for it, and might just become amazing, and then you miss out on it. That's why I usually don't like lock stuff too much. Woo! Yesterday building, today this game. Quite the workout. I mean, I do have to move my arm, right? It's like, It is really relaxing, good, right? You should do that definitely too. If you are wrist aiming only, you're really hurting your health. So long term, if you're young, you might not notice, but the older you get, the more you do, right? And it's not like I'm like, you know, it's getting fatigued in a way that I would stop playing. It's more that I noticed the bouldering from yesterday, where I'm like literally fatigued because I moved the same body parts. Okay, we're almost at level 100. It's 10 levels, so, which is quite a bit, right? We're like just skipping in our minds to the bigger numbers, and one day per accident I will... What pool are you talking about? Is it purple? Is purple the... No, maybe, yeah, maybe purple is the pool. Like, one pool is exhausted. And at some point they might all be exhausted. And you could argue buy them so you don't get them again, right? So the chance of getting the ones you care about is higher. But I think anything but legendaries, that is not the case anymore. And I buy all the legendaries, so I don't think there is a single non-legendary item that I want that I don't have. And also, it's so funny, Marvel Rivals has stuns, right? And stuns are hated in any game, because stuns means inaction, right? When you get stunned and killed, that sucks, right? That's why also why the time to kill in a lot of games is not that high, is higher, because they want to give you time to do something. Every time you get one tap without being able to react, because the time to kill is too low, it is literally like a stun, right? You got stunned from the get-go, and it changes the way, it makes the game very slow-paced and tactical and campy. And which is fine in games like Valorant, which are designed around this idea. But in Deadlock, not Deadlock, yeah, more so I think in Marvel Rivals, I think the stuns work compared to Overwatch, because it's so similar. You might say, yeah, but why does it work there, right? Because the time to kill is a bit lower, sometimes I guess at least. It feels it's a bit lower in Overwatch, so it's like more punishing to get stunned there, and the perspective, like the third person perspective, while stunned, still gives you a lot of, you know, vision over what's going on. So it feels better to get stunned in Marvel Rivals than it does in Overwatch. Because I was like very, oh no, there's a stun in the game that's so skillless and stupid. But then I realized that it's really hard to stun and kill reliably, right? Yeah, ultimates do that for sure, right? There are ultimates that can reliably stun and kill if you don't have your support like protecting you. But for the normal abilities, there's almost no ability that stuns and kills you. There's more even the problem that the characters that have like too fast time to kill. I mean, that's why I said the time to kill on average is lower. But there are specific characters which are permabanned in higher elo, by the way, like Hawkeye or Hera, which have too high DPS, right? They have too much burst potential, and they can almost, like, I don't know if they can technically one-shot you. Hawkeye at least I think can. But they can kill you so fast that even the shortest stun will kill you, right? So that is a real issue. And that's why you notice what people don't like. And people don't like these characters because of the raw impact on the game. And I think to this day, characters like Hanzo that can just like spam a choke point and get a headshot that is absolutely no skill in that moment, because you just spam. I mean, there are moments where Hanzo is super skillful, right? Where you aim and you hit and everything, and even the bigger hitboxes, who cares, right? It's a game. You have like arbitrary HP pools, it's not realistic, so having bigger hitboxes for an arrow, who cares, right? If that balances out the game and makes it more fun. But the thing is, these moments where you have like this no skill scenario where you just like fucking spam this choke and then you get a pick, and it's so valuable and so hard to do on other characters, is just so unfun. And the reason why then Hanzo obviously became better at some point, there was like this moment where they buffed him, it was because his generalistic hit was good. Because spamming and chokes doesn't win you games, right? Because good teams will just push through this, the choke, and then the spam is worse and blah blah blah. But just like the raw potential of a character being able to one-tap you is very hard to balance. Which is why it should be very, very high skill ceiling for these characters. Like everything that's super OP should be very hard to do. I mean, consistently at least. But it's never fun to die against, right? No matter how hard it is to do, right? When you get one-tapped and you know it's not that skillful, it feels horrible. If you know it's skillful, it still feels kind of, okay, yeah, he just got me, right? He's better, but still I couldn't play the game. So that's why Widows and these characters, you see them almost, you hate them to see them in your low elo matches, but you love to see them in the high elo matches because you know that people are good enough, right? And it has always been like that, right? Widow is a shit character in low elo mostly because people die like idiots anyway, so like a pick is not that valuable, and like you're inconsistent usually because you're not low elo, right? That's why you're not high elo. And in high elo it's so valuable because picks are so hard to get, and like getting this one pick every now and then and people don't miss position is so much more valuable, right? Even assuming the same skill level of the Widow in theory, right? Even if the Widow gets the same amount of kills relative to their elo, they would still be significantly more useful in a high elo game, even if the kills are the same. Because the kill is worth almost nothing in low elo, because everyone just like permanently dies like an idiot. Yeah. This is what it is, right? People miss position, they don't know how to counter stuff, they, you know, everything is just like a shit show. And the thing is, it is not, I don't mean that bad in a way for the elo, it's bad for the game design, right? Because it's really hard to balance the game, and we've seen it over and over again. People hate when games balance for high elo only, because the reality of it is, right, a character might be horrible in high elo, horribly underpowered, but he's like a pop stomper in low elo because he's skillless, super easy to play, and just maybe compensates for lack of skill, right? And that's why I think it's very, very hard to have one balancing branch for these games. And that is kind of what we're seeing in Marvel Rivals, where the ban phase is only available in higher elo to kind of compensate for this absurdness of shitty balance. I think not having any bans in Overwatch, by the way, is kind of stupid as fuck, because that means, right, one character might be optional, but as soon as that character is picked, it usually means you need to pick something else, right? If an OP character is picked and you don't have it on your team, oh, fuck you already. But if then, again, there is a hard counter for it and you don't pick that one, then everyone's going to be unhappy, right? And you have to play something you don't want to play because someone picked something OP. So a ban system is great. Now the argument is, should it be in every elo? And why is it not in every elo? And the reality of it is, it should probably be in every elo, but it's not as needed in lower elo, because you might want to ban a character that people are horrible at in lower elo. Yeah, there might be characters that are objectively just broken and easy to play in Pubstorm, but it kind of gives you this differential balancing, right? You can remove characters at will, and why is it not as effective in lower elo? You might say, yeah, but they also need that, right? Yeah, technically I agree, they should probably get it at some point, but it's not as efficient. There are two reasons why high elo banning is better. First of all, you can target ban in Marvel Rivals, which is completely garbage and should be removed, obviously. You don't even have to stream snipe, so that's obviously an issue. But also the bans are more valuable, because you're not just banning what you think is OP, you're banning what you know is OP. So in low elo, you might be banning the exact same thing the high elo players you're watching on Twitch are banning, right? You might do the exact same thing, everyone agrees, this character is completely broken, blah, blah, blah. But then you just ban him, although you might in lower elo be amazing against him, right? Maybe this character just literally scales with insane aim and is complete garbage in your elo, but your perception is it's OP. And you're gonna start banning a character that maybe increases your win rate when he's in the game. For example, when I was climbing a Psylocke, when I saw a Hera at low elo, I could shit on her. Or also the same, Hawkeye. Hawkeye was a freebie for me. But obviously in higher elo, he was not a freebie anymore. It was really annoying if he didn't go, you know, I could contest him obviously, but it was really, really annoying if he didn't get contested. So it was like forcing me to play a specific way, and then obviously you get pocketed, like they get pocketed, and then you may sometimes don't, and then the ban really became useful. But before that, right, I also had my team ban, because I didn't feel like any character could really counter me on Psylocke. I guess that was lucky for the character. But in general, I think, oh, there's a booster on this. Maybe we should have gone for the side version here. I don't know. Yeah, but in general, I think like bans are not as valuable in low elo because people just don't know what is OP, and people might perform vastly different on things that is considered OP. Yeah, so that's why I think wishing for, I mean, you might have a personal hate character you don't want to play against. That's why I think it's still good. But a lot of people just tend to click on ban. It's like a lot of people don't realize why they lose games, right? They lose games and you just have your scapegoat. That's how humans work. You don't know these people, they all fucking suck. It's their fault, right? And you're gonna pick someone. And what you usually do is you group up with people that are like-minded. For example, if you're a support player, some people have egos and say, yeah, it must be the other support because I did amazingly, blah, blah, blah. But then you also have like those people, yeah, it's the DPS, right? Or it's this tanks, or it's the, you know, there's people like the scapegoat. And sometimes they're right, but mostly they're wrong. Why are they mostly wrong? because most people are not good enough at the game to see what's happening outside of their perspective. In high elo, if someone says you're the problem, it's more likely to be true because people know more about the game. But in low elo, if someone blames someone else, it's very likely that it's either randomly true or not true at all. It has usually no correlation. Only in very rare cases you can obviously see the issue, right? And that's why scoreboard is really nice. I like the ace idea in Marvel Rivals. I would prefer if they just showed the stats, to be honest. I mean, I don't want the game to be, oh yeah, stat XYZ. I think the ace is nice for people that hard carry a lot of times, and they're often MVPs, and they often get, you know, nobody's gonna blame the DPS that has an ace on him, right? Usually people will not blame that person unless they're like really knowledgeable and notice that the entire team can't kill shit because the DPS is shit, and the entire team just gets rolled, right? That can happen, and that's also often the case. Often the stats are like team-based stats, in a team-based game, not really individual-based. So you can have like really bad stats, even although you're playing amazingly if everything else is going wrong, right? But I still think it's really important to, if you're like in such a game, you can realize that people are shit, right? That's perfectly fine, but it's more about self-improvement. Like, you will never change how other people play, right? Unless you're in really high elo and you play with the 5th time with the fucking same guy being complete dog shit on his character, and you have like, you watch the fucking replay and you see his errors, right? You know better than him. Okay, then you can tell him, hey bro, can you please try this or that, right? You could be nice about it, right? There it has an impact. But in low elo, you're never gonna see these people again. Who cares? Just go next, right? You're gonna lose some, you're gonna win some. I mean, since I sidelocked only, I lost so many games where we didn't have a single healer. I mean, yeah, you could say, why didn't you flex? Because I don't give a shit. I just want to play sidelock, right? I have fun even when I lose. I think that is the most important thing, right? And there was this one guy then told me, oh, but I don't have fun. I only have fun when I win. And then I said, oh, you only have fun 50% of your games? Because that's what you're statistically going to end up on, right? 50% win-loss ratio if you're at your elo. So, and he was, you could hear, he was very vocal before, and afterwards you shut the fuck up because you knew I was right? If you only enjoy winning, you're gonna not enjoy 50% of your games. Of course you're gonna have a game that tilts the living shit out of you and then wants to make you fucking throw your PC out of your window. Of course that's gonna happen, and thank God I'm not impulsive and don't destroy anything, right? But I'm pretty sure a lot of people could do better if they just would enjoy the game, right? Because at some point you're just grinding, and if you notice you're just grinding, then something is wrong, right? You should probably stop playing. For example, here I'm still enjoying myself, but it's getting really warm in here because it's like way too warm for fucking winter, and the apartment is isolated like it's like 50 years ago. So it's really warm now inside, so I would probably say we go for level 100 or whatever. Food is ready, and was ist für eine Kochen, das machen wir irgendwann? Weiß nicht. Also ich hab keinen Hunger, wenn du willst. Ja. Yeah, so I'm not like I don't have any specific goals for here, but yeah, this is basically Ender's mode, and I think it really reinforces my initial impressions of my other runs, where I just felt like it's very fun but way too long. While not requiring skill. Yeah, I mean, you could say like this most skilled person could technically still do a 10-hour run, maybe, if it's like, and even then, no. I don't think anyone should be, no human should be able to go more than maybe 3 or 4 hours. I don't know, it's kind of hard, right? Because should there be options in the game? Maybe, yeah. Maybe they should make, if people enjoy this, right? There might be people that enjoy this, like brain AFK farming for hours on end, like for no reason, you know, increasing the number in the top right, and maybe getting the last legendary. But once you have that, there's literally no difference anymore. So I guess we're still like, maybe we're gonna get some, I guess we still have the ball that gives us immunity and all those things. But yeah, there's still potential for this run, right? But once you have that, it is literally gonna devolve into number increasing. And I do, oh wait, are we max leveled? I hope not. Yeah, but the thing is, I do hope they add an option where you have a different curve. So for people that really want an endless mode, which is usually not even a thing in most games. Yeah, for people that really want that mode, perfect, right? You can have it. I don't mind that, right? I don't think it should be the default though. I think most people don't want this to be the default version. So I guess you could just like maybe put a toggle for aggressive. Oh, there it is. It's kind of crazy we went this far without this one. It's one of the most OP legendaries. Prevent like snowballing one shots where you can just like get the shield and just like, it's like a fail safe basically. Okay, yeah, it just like, see, that's what I mean. I get an OP item and my brain's like, hey, how about you just like face tank the entire map? The fucking rocket, man. Yeah, it's pretty memey. I don't know if I would consider it useful or anything. But... And now we have the bubble, right? When it's like this glowing effect. It's been a while since I've had this, so I assume that's what it is. And I don't even know if it has an eternal cooldown, so... And I do wonder too, if we use up the revive, if we can get a second one, if this is an infinite resource. Yeah, so aggressive and slow scaling or something. I don't know, just like add options. If you want to keep this, make it optional. And you can choose whatever default you want. I don't think this is a great default, but some people might like it more. I don't know, right, what people like. Because there is also Risk of Rain where you can loop and everything, which I think feels very cool and endless, but it gets so difficult at some point that you know, you really feel the game scale. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, maybe your CPU or your PC is gonna fucking self-implode, and that's why you lose the run. I can definitely attest that there is some kind of long-term performance issue there. And here you can see they don't spawn additional enemies. And you might be wondering why. I mean, the reason is exactly that, right? Performance. They could spawn as many enemies as they want, but I think to keep the game playable, they opted for this moderate amount of enemies. It's just so funny how we got 2 A's at the start because we were too weak. The first A's are always a function of your initial rolls and damage. My aim is okay, right? So I think my DPS is pretty much in line. And I guess, yeah, I could use the stomping mechanic to offset that, but I don't do that. So yeah, without the stomping mechanic, your initial weapon draw and skill affects heavily how likely you are to get an S rank. But I would say if you use all the tools that are available, it's probably like almost 100% doable. Could also go for a different version of lo-fi girls music, because this is, I mean, I guess it's intentional. It's pretty samey. But I don't want to end up clicking on a channel that's just like, I know she has different, or she or he or whatever, has different channels. But I don't want to end up clicking on one that has DMCA that is not her, right? Like an imposter channel. Yeah, because I think I need an audio mix-up here. To be honest, I would just like to listen to my Spotify playlist. It's really... One day we'll be able to kind of make it happen, that it will dynamically allocate. Yeah, so far I feel like our decisions with the items have been okay in the build. I mean, the thing is, since it's such a long run, right, you really have to think about every decision in the long term, and you really need to weigh your options a bit more, and I really just clicked on whatever sounded good, so... Yeah, I should shoot him. He's like, wait, oh no, it doesn't matter, right? We don't have a crit-based weapon. Which is a real advantage. The reflex of pressing this. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly check for lo-fi girls thing. Oh, inverse 69. Oh, that is a nice number too. Let me check. Okay, does she have a different version?
Ihr wisst aber schon, dass wir...
Okay.
Weiß nicht. Im Moment alle plötzlich ausgeführt, nachdem sie
1 minute.
weggegangen. Und als ich herkam, gesehen hat, wollte sie ihn. Er hat überhaupt nichts gemacht. Ja, das
Ja. Probieren, ja, warum nicht? Aber 2 sind ein bisschen wenig vielleicht. Okay. Hey, where's the fucking music? Hmm? Did I mute it? Maybe I did. Okay, let's keep going here. Ooh, what a grind. Oh, by the way, it's so funny. Co-Carnage just recently said that he really doesn't like subathons for him personally because he doesn't need them because he has enough money. And a lot of people just use subathons to incentivize people giving them more money without doing anything cool. And then, you know, Shroud announced a subathon, which is the exact thing Co-Carnage likes. It's a subathon with a, you know, charity donation goal, creative idea how to get like the kill count for the money. You know, it has a personal connection. They have a lot of production value. It's exactly the opposite of what he doesn't like, and I was so happy. I was like, when I heard the announcement, I was like, oh yeah, he's doing a subathon, cool. And then, you know, like seeing how it was done, like this is what it should be, right? Because if you have a subathon with a timer on screen and you're just doing what you normally do, all you're doing is asking for more money, which is, by the way, fine if you're a small content creator. I guess, you know, right? It's like, I guess it's some kind of FOMO subscriber stuff, right? Like you're basically telling your fan base, hey, yeah, here's the FOMO timer and please subscribe. And yeah, but I think if you don't do it with events, it's kind of lame, right? I think that is definitely true. I mean, he said it, he doesn't need it because he has enough money, which is perfectly true, right? And fair, right? Not a lot of the creators are like that, and I really like when they like, you know, are open about it, because who's going to pretend that Carnage or XQC or Shroud, they're not like multimillionaires, right? Nobody's going to pretend that. Unless you're stupid and young and you have no idea how the world works, right? But that's why I think if they're honest about it and they, you know, you don't have to talk about it the entire time, like, oh my god, like they're also content creators that just talk, oh my god, about a Ferrari, and it's not their content or anything. And, you know, it's like irrelevant. For example, I talk about the 5090, I don't talk about other stuff, right? I talk about PC specific stuff that we're going to use on stream. That's the only thing I, you know, talk about on stream. I wouldn't tell you about, you know, oh my god, it just bought a luxury yacht, and by the way, I'm streaming from it, and you know, I wouldn't talk about that because I think it's irrelevant. But the thing is, I really think it's nice to see that there, you know, still big creators that do something cool. You know, that you see they care, right? And he obviously cares. It has to do with his family member passing away, so you know, it's like you can tell he cared about it. He didn't want to half-ass it, and that's really nice, right? Because some people you just can tell they just don't give a shit, which is fine. They don't have to. And then people, you know, it's just like, I don't know. It's like I don't like that too much. I really like when it's, you know, you can tell someone's being honest and he's not just being greedy for the sake of being greedy. And I also talked about that, and I think a lot of people are prone to that, even if they're in a good position. It's like sponsor deals, right? Like if you have enough money and the game is shit, and just gives you money for a sponsorship, and you don't need the money for whatever reason, right? You don't need it, and then you take the sponsorship and give your viewers this horrible game demo of a game you don't give a shit about, and you only took it for money, and nobody cares. It's like, I get that for people who make a living of it, who need it every day, but for people who don't need it to live and just to enrich themselves, why waste your community's time? I mean, why waste your own time? I guess you care more about the money than your own time, I guess? I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? That's why I'm like very, very skeptical of sponsorships for extremely rich time. I mean, this is a very, very small percentage, obviously. But like for these people, every time I see some sponsor shit, like I'm like, oh, sometimes when is enough money enough, right? So there must be a point where you're like, okay, fuck it, my community is first. Right, there must be this point where you're like, I don't care anymore. Just like, I want to have my community have a good time. And some creators are great at that, and others are just miserable. Where you can, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they have gambling addictions and they need to feed them or something. I mean, I don't want to say that some are correlated with like gambling sites sometimes too. But there's definitely this divide between how people manage money and how they give back to their community. Some are just like, well, yeah. I guess, you know what, it's kind of true though. Some people just don't give a shit about their community, and they don't, like, you know, they don't care in general. And those people are also the most likely just to take shitty sponsorships over and over again, which is not bad, right? I don't mean they don't care about their streaming business at all. They just don't care about this atmosphere. And sometimes you also have this divide where people are being super cozy, but then they just do some boring ass subathon that has no value whatsoever. It's just like, they do nothing different, same schedule, same or not scheduled. They just put a timer on screen, and I don't know why, right? It has no functional value beyond FOMOing your subscribers. Yeah, so I don't know, but everyone can do whatever the fuck they want. But I definitely am happy to see Shroud is doing this great subathon, and you know, it's always nice to see people that have unique opportunities also seize them. Because let's be real, not everyone can afford, or not everyone, most people can't afford what he's doing right now, right? Like the production value and everything, like the assets and everything, the set piece of his house, basically. You know, it's like, not many people have that. So using those assets for streaming content instead of just like personal game is always, you know, nice to see. Because obviously most people couldn't make this content even if they wanted to. Which is why also, for example, Mr. Beast is so successful, because Mr. Beast nowadays, right, initially he didn't have that much money, but Mr. Beast is using assets. He's basically the exact example of what you can do if you have something other people don't want to do, right? And he's just like doing this one thing over and over again, where he's just throwing a bunch of money at it to make it more entertaining. And I mean, you can like him or not like him, but it's definitely using something not most people can't do, right? Almost nobody is in the position, percentage-wise, I guess, to make exactly the same content as MrBeast. And even if you have the money MrBeast has, you don't have the audience. So like it's kind of funny, right? You could do the same thing as MrBeast even if you have money, and you would only be successful after a while if people even cared if you were the second person. But he was just like the first to do this weird thing, and you know, it's just like worked for him, right? So yeah, that's why it's nice to see some people making use of their additional. I mean, I guess I can use this one. It doesn't stack it. I it's like just wanted something to change. Yeah, and the reason why you might see some moderately wealthy people take sponsorships and everything, obviously is because even if you're like, you have enough money now, I mean, you do have to plan for your entire life, right? If you're a streamer, I mean, it seems like the average lifespan of bigger streamers is longer than I think a lot of people have expected. Like, and I guess one of the main reasons is because of Twitch's lack of algorithmic support and YouTube's emphasis on big channels from an algorithmic perspective. I think these both contribute to a long average lifespan of channels, even if they kind of fall off, right? If from a if they wouldn't get as successful, let's put it that way. Even if they wouldn't get as successful anymore as they are in the current state, they still can maintain themselves pretty long. And that's kind of nice to see, because a lot of people were thinking was maybe, for some it's true, right? Not everyone has that luck, and it gets big enough to have these advantages, keep them afloat. But it seems like it is at least not as short-lived, extremely short-lived as initially was thought for like big creators. But then again, those are also the only ones that actually don't care about it, because they can, they should have enough money to retire after that, right? And the reason why you should care, probably not everyone's going to want a job or get a job afterwards. So, because I mean, your qualification is usually streaming, right? So, not everyone has an education to back them up. So in general, I think it's, cool to see that it's not as bad as it is, but maybe the reason why it's not as bad is not as cool, because it just denies a lot of new people opportunities. Because I'm pretty sure there is an amazingly entertaining person out there that is not as successful as he will be in the future. Right, there is some runner-ups person that's going to make it, but it's just going to take way longer than it should. And some will give up, right? There's this one person that is amazing, and this is, it just doesn't stream the correct games, doesn't have the algorithmic reach you needed, and he will just give up and stop streaming, and then it's our loss, right? We don't have this amazing content creator because he didn't care enough to stream to nobody for a long time. I'm not talking about myself, obviously. I don't think I have that draw at all. So, I'm like very unique in a in a popular way, I would say. Yeah, I'm aware, right? So it's not like I'm delusional or anything. But the thing is, there is definitely a person that does not have that apply to them, right? The person that would have a gigantic draw, so, and still will take a bunch of time to reach that potential. Yeah, and I think that is what you should strive to minimize as a platform. You should always try to get the best content, the most visible, and not just like the content that always has been visible, the most visibility. Because you might say, yeah, sure, but they made it, right? But no, not necessarily true, right? A lot of there are a few, obviously, examples of people that are rising stars and are new, but a lot of the big content creators are like people that have been around when there was not enough competition and more visibility, even if you were new. So that's the reality, right? We're like a lot of channels that have like grown communities, because communities also, like I already argued, right? You can have two equally skilled streamers, and the longer you know one of them, the more you're gonna care about them, right? It's like it's impossible to compete, even if you're at the same level, with people that have been around for long. And it's just it takes a lot of time and visibility to be competitive on these platforms if you have the same skill set as someone else. And then you can also argue, then it's also down to luck at that point, right? If you're like the same skill level, but you even started the same moment, right? Like, yeah, there are a lot of people I think that could be the same category that a lot of big streamers. I think there are a lot of them not in a negative way, are replaceable, right? And that's why I think it's kind of sad that it's like some of them really are so replaceable that I wish like instead of one big person, I mean, for whatever reason, there were like multiple smaller ones that get the chance, right? But that's just how humans work. Like when one thing is big, they just like pile up more and more on it. And yeah, it's like social behavior, right? If you're unpopular at school, are you gonna go to a small streamer and support them, or are you gonna go to the place where you feel like you're part of the group? Right? This is how it is, right? This is how humans work. And the only reason why I am even talking about this because I do think Twitch specifically, and also YouTube a bit, needs to be a bit more, you know, they need to find some not fairer, but more diverse way for visibility. And YouTube is way better than Twitch, but also values high. You know what? When I make a video of a game, right, and I play it, even if I would have the same quality as another channel, I'm saying this is hypothetical, right? Even if I would not have even remotely the same visibility because of the weighting system. A big channel doing the same content will have more visibility in search results, like significantly so. Which is what YouTube always denied is the case, but brands and size are the #1 weights, which the leak showed us, right? Like among the number ones. I don't even know if they're the #1, but they're very, very high up, way higher than they always told us. Because they wanted it to feel like you're searching, you gain the best results, and not just like the biggest results, right? And you could argue the big results are sometimes fail-safes, right? It's more likely that when a lot of people are somewhere that is somewhat true. But if you have a snowballing system, that can become very untrue, right? So at the moment we have a situation where there's even like the case, I mean, always a bit maybe, but there's the case where there's like a better video on YouTube that you're not getting shown because of a worse video. And there are definitely channels that have advantages, right? It is not a fair game. I mean, life isn't fair, nothing's fair, right? But the thing is, it's not fair in a way that people already have different resources. So some people get the card early. For example, if I want to do a 5090 review, I'm going to have to buy it. And I'm going to be so late with the review that it's impossible for my video to have any impact compared to other videos. So it's already impossible, right? So this is already a sector I couldn't compete in. Then I need more money, then I need this and that, right? It's like impossible, right? I don't have an editor. It would not be able to compete without significant investments, because now there is like not only like the algorithm likes that video more, but they also have more resources. And then there's this unfortunate situation, which is quite the opposite. Someone has a lot of resources, doesn't utilize them. Like, he's fucking rich, but he doesn't make shit out of it. Video is pretty average, still gets the most views, right? And that's what I don't want to see. I don't mind people having an advantage that's like significantly built on business, because that's just how it is, right? Some people have a yacht, or some people fly to space and can make a video about it, and others don't, right? Because they don't, right? And that's perfectly fine. But I don't like when there is a video about something that everyone can do and someone does it the best and doesn't get the best visibility because the algorithm doesn't give a shit, right? Even a person with 100% watch time on the video, I mean, yeah, would do well in the algorithm, right? But it would still do worse than a bigger channel with less significant percentages. I mean, okay, that's maybe an extreme example, because some videos can go viral if that is the case, right? There's still a statistical system that cares about that, but with equal viewer retention, the better video, just like quality-wise, would still perform significantly worse. Yeah, so I think at some point, we're hopefully gonna, and that sounds pretty dystopian if I say it like that, but we're gonna maybe have some kind of content review system that can dynamically assess the information content of a video and then map it to what you expect to find, which would, you know, significantly lower clickbait, significantly lower videos going under that have very valuable information in it, right? So yeah, I think it's like, yeah, it would be kind of nice, but pretty sure if I learned anything, it's like social media and everything is nothing you should pursue as a job before you know it's gonna work out. Like that is the only fact, right? Like there's, especially after like hearing stuff like how many people want to be a content creator when they're like a kid, yeah, want to be a YouTuber, blah blah blah. No, you don't want to be a YouTuber. First of all, that's not a job, because YouTube is like, being a YouTuber is like saying I want to work later. You don't know what your work is going to be because it's so diverse, right? What you really want to have is you know, an idea of what you want to do, and then you can do it on your off time if possible. Otherwise, it's a significant risk, right? It's not a safe plan. It is like making music and saying you can make the best music ever. The likelihood of it reaching people is very low, right? It's very, very low. Even the best music, the more competition there is, the more watered down everything gets. I mean, there's so many amazing Steam games I didn't play last year that I haven't even heard the name of, right? Even though I'm checking constantly. So it's like, yeah, it is really, really not a good business model to expect. A business like life model to really bank on uncertainties like that. Yeah. And I'm not saying that there are not going to be new content creators from the newer generation, which, I mean, yeah, maybe AI aside, but if AI stays the same, right? They're definitely going to be amazing new talents, and they're going to be successful, and they're going to try, right? But that's the same argument as with the lottery. If you don't play, you can't win, but you are statistically most likely to lose. So you should only play with an insignificant entry. And then, like, when it comes to gambling, like money gambling, obviously you shouldn't play at all, because even a statistically insignificant money sum is statistically losing, so you're stupid. But in a game where you're doing something you like, and you're just making videos about it, and it doesn't cost you a ton of money, and maybe, you know, the time is your off time you want to spend anyway, then the investment is okay, right? But you shouldn't be making content you don't enjoy making for the sake of making it, right? Like, I would not be making videos on Twitch if I didn't enjoy doing it, right? I would not stream. If I found streaming ass, I would not stream. Some people stream even though they think it's ass, because they hope to make some money of it. And some even do, right? Some people hate streaming and make money of it. Which is, you know, it's about the content. It's not about if you enjoy making the content. And if people enjoy watching you while you suffer, perfect. Perfect for them. Not so, I mean, if you just want the money, sure, but I'm not going to bring up the happy op here again, but I do kind of want to bring him up, because I feel like the happy op is one of the most unhappy, and that's, I'm not saying he's unhappy, right? He's one of the most unhappy streamers, because he's one of these people that are locked into this being their job, them knowing how shit other jobs are, but at the same time them wishing they could play games they enjoy more. But they know their audience doesn't care about those games. They're like locked into this game ecosystem. They don't care about, oh, we passed 100, let's go. Now we're like at the FOV of Overwatch, 103. The maximum FOV on PC. Don't know what it is on console, actually. Yeah, so this is basically, when I see that, you know, I mean, there are moments where he enjoys the stream. There are also just moments where, like, his description literally says, I mean, you could say, haha, it's being ironic, but he's not being ironic. After watching him long enough, I can tell he is serious about this. He says he's cursed to play the Souls games for the rest of his life. And I think for him, it is pretty true, because like, you need to be passionate to enjoy something. But what if your passion leaves and your audience doesn't care, right? It just still wants the same content. And then it can turn into this weird thing where from going to supporting something, one trying something hard, to going through this, like, almost, I guess you would call it hate watching. And then the entire idea of the community being built around, and I don't know, it's just like, it can get like really weird, like, negative dynamics. And yeah, I don't know, and then just knowing that then a normal job is worse, I wonder if that is a good enough justification to keep doing something you hate. I wonder. But then again, he's getting better at managing, you know, the off time and coming back and everything. Yeah, so I really hope he does find the happy in the happy hop in the long term again, because, you know, I didn't come to his channel to make fun of him, and I'm also not making fun of him, right? But the thing is, a lot of people just come to the channel these days to, you know, meme and everything. I'm pretty sure most people, even if they, you know, post stuff like that, they're not being like objectively negative, right? With someone that subscribes to you, even if they're like they you know are shit posting in your chat, usually those people do like you, and it's kind of like the you know the etiquette of the channel. But I kind of feel like some streamers really don't like those interactions, like they really take it too hard. And yeah, so I really hope he enjoys it enough to have fun, because he is also like, the thing is, he's like, he also cares about his skill, but the reality is he's getting older, right? Like everyone, like me too. And not necessarily everyone gets better at things they do longer, right? To improve at some point, you do need to change things significantly, or your approach. And I don't know if like being in a competitive, like personally competitive sphere, I mean, he's competing with himself, right? But that's maybe also the problem. He's competing with himself based on things other people did. So he's like indirectly competing with others and his own expectations. And you might, maybe you don't know who he is, right? Why is the Happy Hob an interesting person to know about? Because he's historically the first no-hit runner of Souls games, and maybe the first no-hit runner ever. Like he basically changed the idea of speedrunning to a different metric. And obviously it is not as big as speedrunning, but it's really big. So he started a really, really big thing. And as always, when you start something new, the likelihood of you being the best at it is almost zero. Someone's gonna come along that's better. And that happened, obviously, right? They're way better, like Gino Machino, for example. I think this might be, maybe, still, I don't know if he's still considered, but he definitely is like god tier, maybe the best player of Souls games currently. And like, I mean, the way he plays the games, right? You might say, oh my god, he's so good, but yeah, just look at how he plays the games, right? I would never play like Gino Machino because I don't enjoy playing games like that. I don't want to be in the boss fight and the first thing I do is die 50 times to memorize every moveset. That's not what I care about in Souls games. I care about first trying things, about, you know, mastering something to some degree, but I'm not interested in perfectly mapping the animations and attacks and my inputs to perfection. I like intuition, right? I like playing. And what he's doing is studying. He's studying Souls, right? And that's nothing I have an interest in. And obviously, if he's super talented and doing that, he's gonna end up like really, you know, being really good at it. And obviously, the Happy Hop can't compete with that. So the metrics he's choosing should be, you know, like, I mean, yeah, he's technically trying to one-up himself, but also at the same time, he's like overdoing it completely. Like, he has this tendency to gamble, where it's just like, you know, for entertainment, I guess, but also at the same time, you can tell he does care about the things, and then he just like overstacks, right? I think you should do more incremental challenges to have fun. This is really frustrating to put yourself up against something you can't master, right? Yeah, so I think it's really, really important to have your own expectations in check, to enjoy it, and definitely, even if you like something, be aware that you're 16 maybe, or I don't know, 14, and you really like Fortnite, you really like Minecraft, it's your entire world, every day is great, and everything's nice, and then one day you're like 40, and you don't like Minecraft anymore, or you like it, but you're kind of, you don't want to do other things, right? So, interests change, and only for a few of us, they remain the same. And then when you have the opportunity to become bigger over one game, what you can do is like you can take the L and just like stick with it until you're big enough so you can get the reach on other games. And if you do that, that's basically the moment a lot of people transition to variety. And a few of very lucky streamers, when they want to do that, are more successful in variety than they ever were before, which is, you know, for example, XQC, going from Overwatch, very successful to incredibly successful in variety. You know, sometimes it just fits, and others, you know, take a huge hit, and that's the average, right? The most common denominator of going for a variety stream is always to lose a lot of people of your average view base. For example, if you stream PoE for like 2 years straight with a pretty big audience, once you go variety, unless you're the draw, right? Unless you're, which is sometimes the case, right? For example, XQC or something. Because usually in these like very one-sided games niche, it's about the games that are, you know, it's like interesting for the people. They're hardcore fans. They care about the game, every intricacy of the game. You know, they care about the highest level gameplay, the builds and everything. And they usually end up caring not too much about yourself. Or even if they do, they care more about the game and they just go over there for information. And unless you're like really in a position where your gameplay is already maybe not the best and you're really entertaining, you can probably extrapolate how likely it is that people will stick around, right? You really have to ask yourself the question, are people here because I'm entertaining? Or are people here because I'm really good, right? Or neither, right? So, and then you should leverage your expectations. Most people should expect when going variety, they're going to have at least a short-term significant drop in viewership. And hey, Daniel, just hey, Daniel, how are you? Is this like Risk of Rain 2? It is a roguelite shooter, but it's very different than Risk of Rain in its normal mode, but this is an endless mode. So you could argue it has this loopy, like this endless feeling of Risk of Rain in this specific mode, but it does have a samey genre, but it is quite different, right? Risk of Rain has melee characters. I mean, this is also melee, I guess, but this is more of a normal shooter. Risk of Rain is more of like this weirdness, I guess. Yeah, but this is more a streamlined FPS experience, and in this case it's like an endless mode, which unfortunately doesn't get harder or something. I don't know, it doesn't seem to ever end. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of unfortunate. But it's new, right? This is only one game mode. The base game is really fun. It also has co-op. If you ever want to play in co-op, you can also play in co-op. If you don't know, Daniel is a real-life friend, so... yeah, it's really fun though. I mean, depending on what you like. Like, the builds are not that crazy. So it's like, when I say streamlined, what I mean is like the builds can get really strong, but it's not like there's like an exponential diversity. Like, it's not like you're gonna have a billion different builds. Like, there's like a subset of what you can do with every class, and it's pretty designed, right? It's not like you're gonna become really strong, as you can see maybe, but it's not like you're gonna have like a billion different ways to become OP. So there's usually a designed way by the dev that clearly indicates how you're gonna get there. Yeah, but it's a really, really fun game, and it has a lot of different weapon types. I mean, I have the shuriken here, which is obviously Genji from Overwatch on crack, but yeah, they're very different weapons. There's like hitscan snipers, like Zarya, energy cannon, everything. And the normal base game is basically not an endless mode, but just it has an end boss, and when you beat it, the game is over, and it has different difficulty levels. You can unlock like talent trees. It's like roguelite progression. There are like 7 different classes with different builds. Yeah, but it's definitely fun. Yeah. Also, I do highly recommend the game in general. I just don't, because for you, recommending your games is a bit more different. I don't feel like you enjoy every single good game. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, some games I really enjoy, I know you would not enjoy it as much as I do. So that's why I don't know if this is one of those games. If it's like, for you it would be as enjoyable as for me. Because I do think this is, for me specifically, a bit more enjoyable than for the average person. I think a lot of people would enjoy this game, but I know that I enjoy it more than the average person. So I don't know if you would enjoy it as much, even though it's an enjoyable game. It's kind of hard to say. Yeah, but if you ever end up buying it and want to play a round of co-op, I definitely would be up for it. Because to this day, I've never played the game in co-op, right? I don't want to force Zanine to play it with me, because I don't know if she would enjoy it as much, right? That's why I'm like... I don't even know if the co-op experience is more fun in general in this game, because, I mean, you can see the time to kill here is already extremely low if you're alone. So I wonder if you would have to, like, coordinate or some shit. Are you playing anything else? Steady without rivals? No, at the moment it's like a transitional period. I mean, I am playing the Bazaar. You know Hearthstone, right? And Runeterra and Teamfight Tactics. It's like a mix. It's like an auto battler mix thing. Don't recommend it at the moment because it will be free to play pretty soon, and the balancing is complete shit. There is one card in the game, like one synergy, that is so much better than anything else that it basically makes it unplayable unless you play it yourself, which is omega boring. So they really need to balance that out. And once that is there, it's an amazing game, to be honest. It's pretty fun. It needs a lot of like small things. Like it has to be more fluid, a bit less buggy, less laggy. But I think the Bazaar will be a very, very fun game in the future. And since it's like asynchronous multiplayer, it won't die, right? It can have a very low player base and can be played. And I just hope they don't shut it down at some point. The only weird thing is like NFC, and they have like NFTs in it for the art stuff, and I don't really know why. Always a bit fishy when there's NFT stuff in the background, so the only red flag really, and performance is also not like optimal. Yeah, with the OP like Yu-Gi-Oh! When a new pack is released, but in this case, I mean, what is annoying, they could just like go in and remove the number, right? They could say, or remove the card entirely and just say fuck it, because it is broken, but it is a bit more broken than just the card, but it's definitely very much centered around the card. Like they were gonna rework, they know about it, but they haven't fixed it in a few weeks, which is I think inexcusable, especially for an early access title where you should have like a very fluid development cycle. So yeah, they're a bit slow in hot fixing because they're like hoping that there will be a meta shift, but the meta shift is not happening. It has been stuck there for weeks, which is, I guess, also due to Christmas. But yeah, that's one of the games I've been playing a bit. And then I plan, on playing a lot of the single player games I haven't finished. Like today, you don't know probably, the 5090 is gonna be shown tonight at 3 a.m. something in the night. It's going to be released in January, and then I'm going to go for all the games that I held off because of the performance. Like most noteworthy would be Horizon Forbidden West, and Avium I think is also a game where I waited for that. Yeah, so a few games I will then pick up, and then the year has a lot of great games coming up, but it's definitely going to be a bit more mixed. I'm also going to play Souls-like, I think pretty soon. It's called Kina Bridge of Shadows or something, and it looks really, really cool, but I don't know if it's a good game. But it looks cute, so, and hopefully it's not too long, I don't know. Yeah, and otherwise I've been playing a bunch of co-op stuff off stream, like cooking games or story games like Life is Strange, or like Res X 1000, which nobody knows, like a small indie game inspired by Nier Automata, and other games like maybe Bayonetta, I don't know, visually. Yeah, so there's a bunch of smaller games, but nothing that I'm really grinding beyond Marvel Rivals, which I'm not grinding until the next patch, because target bans are shit. Yeah, I hate not being able to play a character someone else bans it on purpose. I don't mind if it happens accidentally, but on purpose is so annoying. Fucking hate that. Like enemy teams, by the way. The funny thing is, watching your streamer, he had the exact opposite happen, because he was playing characters for fun, and people hated when he played them because he was so bad at them. They banned the characters he wanted to play in his own team every single time. There was like the opposite problem, but that is unfixable, I guess, unless you don't show the names until the last moment or something. I guess, yeah, you could fix it, but then you can stream slap him still. But yeah, it was so funny though. But yeah, for me, unfortunately, it was not the case. They just banned me because they didn't like me destroying their ass. Sad. But maybe they're gonna fix that with the next season. And mouse smoothing is also still in the game, which is why aiming feels pretty off. But you get used to it, but you never get as consistent, so. Yeah, that's also something I really look forward to. Exactly, yeah, the 5090, and I have a 4090. So the plan is, these PCs are all on a 6-year plan. Basically, it's always, I give this one to Janine, and she gives hers to Jessica, and then for Jessica has my old PC, then Jessica has the 3090, Janine has the 4090, and I have the 5090, and that should ensure that we can play games together if we want to. For example, the new Elden Ring game, or Borderlands 4 when it comes out, right? So we can always play those games, and every PC is in use for 6 years. Yeah, that's the idea. But by the way, Daniel, if you care about money, you should definitely keep an eye on the market. I mean, not money for investment, by the way. You should have done that a few years ago with NVIDIA. If you care about having a better PC for less money, you should keep an eye on just reselling your PC every time a new component comes out, because you can almost resell. I mean, I can check maybe to give you an idea. Yeah, here. You can buy a used 4090 for 1,900 euros, right? So you can like resell the 4090 for almost the price you bought it, right? So if you really care about money and you want to have the best PC hardware, you can get it almost quote unquote for free. You just have one upfront cost, right? But you can keep it for years and years on the highest thing. And you can only do it for the GPU, for example, if you care. Yeah, it's a bit annoying to do, but at the same time, if you do it for one component, it might be, and you get the routine in, right? You already know how it works to sell and everything. You could do it, right? If you really care about that. Yeah, I'm not doing it because I keep the PCs, but I think even if I wouldn't keep them, then I would just sell them, right? Because I think it's really, after playing like Indiana Jones with path tracing and it not running that well on the 4090, I think there is a use case for my gaming where I need the 4090. Not need, right? I would have a significant benefit of it. So I'm not buying it because I don't need it, right? And even this game here is slightly laggy while streaming. I don't know why, to be honest. That might just be the Intel CPU or some shit. Yeah, so I definitely don't think like the 4090 is going to be useless for me. There will be games where it's 100% useless, right? Like the games that the 4090 is also already useless on. But there are also games that are coming out or already have come out that I can significantly benefit from. So it's not like I'm buying it just for fun, like for having it. There is a real use case. If I maxed out anything on the 4090 and I had no use case, I would not buy it, obviously, right? I mean, maybe this one, yeah, sure, because I can give the PC to Janine, so there is still a use case beyond that. But the next one, for example, if I would say, yeah, everything just works and it doesn't really, the 5090 does everything, then I might consider not even buying it anymore, because then we have 3 good PCs, and then it would be more about, you know, maybe thinking, is it worth for the 3090 versus the 4090 and everything? Yeah, but at the moment, since I'm just like planning on building 3 good PCs, that's why it's not an issue at the moment. Yeah, but definitely the market is so stable, like. And also, I just want to remind everyone, I own NVIDIA stocks, so everything I say about NVIDIA and graphics card, take it with a grain of salt. It's not like I'm selling you anything. I do have obviously an indirect bias, and also, you know, I've been working with their tech for years. So it's like, for me, like NVIDIA, I like them in general, so I'm biased positively, but I'm also invested. And technically, why I say that is because I don't spend a single cent of my money on NVIDIA stuff, because I have, they are paying for themselves, right? Like the NVIDIA stock is paying for everything. So like everything my PC based. So I'm not losing any money buying graphics cards from NVIDIA. Well, yeah, we could spend the money on something else, but technically I'm not spending a single cent on my PC, right? So yeah, NVIDIA is sponsoring that technically. No, it's not sponsoring me, but it's like technically is the same as their money, right? I'm like literally just giving them back a little bit that they have given me. So, hey Tony, how are you? I'm not gonna talk publicly about numbers, obviously. Yeah, that is, I can tell you if you want off stream. And hey Tony, hope you're doing well. Yeah, but it's enough, right? It's enough. It's also enough to answer the question of you, Tony. If I want to, nothing forever, but I will probably do something pretty soon. The plan is to do something because I want to, not because I have to, which is a very nice position to be in, I guess. But that was pretty clear also years ago, so yeah. but I still want to do something. Yeah, it's like I said, pretty privileged and lucky, but I didn't do anything for it, so you know, no credit to me whatsoever. I guess investing, yeah, but even then, you know, the investments were like, I did not spawn my brain. My brain got spawned automatically, so. My goal is to actively help the last, you know, years of AI development and to, you know, ensure maybe to make it a little bit safer and smoother, but it's really hard to say where the best spot is to apply for that. Like, it's really hard to say. Like, I will probably just see where it goes, because at the end of the day, right, it's not that I'm gonna get accepted everywhere, obviously, because, you know, resumes and stuff like that matter a lot. So I'm just gonna see what opportunities arise, and if I think something is worthwhile pursuing, I will do it. And if everything just sounds like boring or not interesting, I can still do nothing, right? That is still an option. And yeah, I hope I'll find something that is worthwhile to pursue, but I don't even know where exactly what it's gonna be. I just hope it should be something that feels meaningful and impactful to me. Right? If it feels meaningless, I mean, like, money is not my motivation, so yeah, I won't do it, right? So it has to be something that feels meaningful, and if it's not meaningful, I will not do it. It's as easy as that for me. Like I said, I got lucky. When does Intel go brr? Yeah, Intel is really hard to say, because Intel is in a very bad position at the moment. Although their graphics card are like quote unquote good this time around. That doesn't sound too bad. They're not in a good position, and I think it's pretty hard to say if Intel is going to bounce up again, especially with Nvidia contemplating going into the CPU market. And there will be more competition. There's already more competition with custom SoCs, like the M chips from Apple, and basically everyone's like Google's Tensor Cores, everything. Like, there's so much competition for the traditional, like, non-brand based, I would say, like the more general processing units, that I don't think it's very easy to predict that. I think if you want to make a lot of money at the moment, with a lot of risk too, it's more that you should look into the applied AI robotics sector, or maybe like the physical AI sector. I think like the non-physical AI sector is very, very hard to predict, but the robotics sector is a bit more limited in scope, because it requires significantly more resources than software. Like, you do need big data centers for the software part, but they're still like, I mean, yeah, you could still take more players there than in the robotics sector. Like, robotics is a bit more limited. So for sure, I would definitely keep an eye out for opportunities. I mean, yeah, sure, Nvidia is also like now contemplating robotics stuff, but they have been for years, right? If you know Nvidia, they have like virtual training grounds for AI robots and stuff like that. There's already been a ton of work, so it wasn't nothing new, but they're definitely positioning themselves on the market as a strong, you know, part of it. So I wouldn't expect Nvidia to go down too soon unless there's a very unexpected, disruptive, short-term interference, right? And depending on how it goes, obviously, it is very risky, right? It's very risky to, in general, make long-term predictions at the moment, because everything's moving very fast. But I wouldn't say that Nvidia, for example, and Intel is something I would say is gonna recover for sure. It's very hard to say if Intel is gonna. Intel has nothing of real value, to be honest. Intel has nothing that other people are not doing as well as they are, or better. So I don't really see that much value in Intel personally. And I only invest into companies where I see value, right? Or I see potential value shifts. For example, when you see a company like AMD, that's like, you can see that Intel's going to take so long to catch up. It was pretty obvious they're going to explode, right? Like, it was pretty obvious that AMD was going to catch up significantly, because Nvidia is just like wasn't fast enough. You could tell they were complacent, and it was pretty obvious that AMD was going to take a significant share of their market. in due time. And there's just a few of those moments, but they're really hard to say sometimes. And unlike like 50 years ago where there were almost no companies, right? A lot of people look at Warren Buffett like he's some fucking crazy genius. And he's either very smart or also lucky, maybe both, right? But the reality is he did it in a market that was so simple. Like back in the day, the resources and the technology was moving so slowly and predictably that you didn't have to be the mega crack. But doing the same thing as Warren Buffett today would be very, very difficult. You would have to get extremely lucky. So yeah, it's not the same playing field anymore. So that's why investments are always very risky if you're like specific about the company. But if you have a good broad portfolio in the different sectors, you're pretty safe, right? So in general, investing is good, but you should always be aware of the risk. I mean, in general, right? If you want to YOLO shit, for example, if anything, as dumb as it sounds, Bitcoin would have been safer than most individual companies. That sounds really stupid, right? But definitely Bitcoin would have been safer. I mean, I'm not talking crypto, I'm talking specifically Bitcoin. For the past, right? Now in the future, obviously really hard to say if it goes up or not. My hope is obviously it will go up, but yeah, it definitely wasn't for the past few years, it was definitely a safer investment than most companies where you don't know what they're doing exactly. It's really hard, right? Sometimes there are just things that are really obvious and others that are not that obvious. You're down 50% on Intel. Yeah, Intel is really bad now. So my advice is, by the way, never have an auto sell set. Like auto sell means auto lock in your losses, right? Day trading in general, I don't advise at all because you're up against, it's not a fair game. You're up against nanoseconds accurate machines with incredible data processing, tons of qualified people. You are not playing the same game, right? If you're day trading futures and stuff like that, it's a horrible idea, and you should not do it. It is just not a good idea. It's gambling, right? You're not playing the same game. It's like you're on a bike and they're in a racing car. You're not gonna win the race statistically, unless the tire goes flat or something or shit, right? So you can get lucky, obviously, in a casino, right? The tire can go flat, but it's statistically very unlikely. So day trading, not a great idea unless you're really good at what you do, and then you probably are working at a big company because they're gonna pay you a fuck ton of money for what you do if you do it well. So you don't even have risk anymore. And the thing is, yeah, so I would not sell, right? If it's something that's down 50% and it's not a company you think is gonna definitely go bankrupt, the chances of it slightly recovering is way higher than it's gonna be complete shit. So for example, Intel can go really high. Statistically, it's gonna probably hover around plus 50% max, right? That's what I would expect, plus 50% max, realistically. But it will still hover around and will probably recover because a lot of people oversell. Oh yeah, it's going down, sell, right? A lot of people don't hold, but the goal of investment, if you're like a not day trading investor, is to hold, right? Is to find companies that have a long value proposition, and that only when you see that value completely disappearing, you should sell, right? If Intel is making a product that nobody needs anymore, you should sell. If Intel is still making a product you think people will need, and you just have different issues that it can resolve realistically, then you should hold. So that's the question you should always ask when selling and holding. And by the way, this is not financial advice like you always say in the US. You should always, for these things, obviously take a lot of, if it's like your personal value, you should always really, really do your best effort and also consult as many sources as you can that are credible to really do a good investment, right? This is just me like saying what I would do. But yeah, definitely you should be very, very careful with this stuff. And I would never advise anyone else but myself in these things, because I don't think I'm competent enough. If it was like a genius in that regard, I would I am so sure, right? Even then I would probably say it's still just me and you should probably be careful. By the way, how are you able to talk for 4 hours straight? Yeah, sometimes I wonder, my throat is really I mean, gets used to it, right? Like the last time I did my stream, I had a longer break and I wasn't really able to because my throat was really like, ah. Now it's like a bit sore, but yeah, it's mostly like physical stuff happening. And this game is also extremely relying on talking about random shit. It's like, it's not a good game to just play. There's not a lot happening anymore. The build is stagnating. The mode is literally endless by this point. Like we're about to call the fire department like the 112 here. Wait, is it the fire? What is the fire department in the US? In Germany, I think it's 112. Yeah, it's 911 for general rescue. But is there a fire department thing in the US? In Germany, it's. I think it's 112, right? And there, it has been a while since I called them. Das ist 112, oder? Feuerwehr. Warum eigentlich? Was ist 111? Yeah, what is it if you go do 111? What are your market predictions regarding Trump? Who will win? What do you mean by who will win? I mean, win what? Because he won the election, right? So, what do you mean by win? And what is even winning? Aren't we all losing the game of capitalism? Slavery for mine. I'm making jokes, but it's pretty true sometimes, unfortunately. Like, if you watch Korean shows, you can definitely get the feeling that capitalism is the slavery for money. Which is obviously not a good direct comparison, but it has sometimes overlaps. Do you mean region by countries? Do you mean like geographically, like Asia, China, America, or like are you talking like big country-wise regions? Yeah, okay. Who will win? Everyone will lose. The reality is the people that are the richest or that have the most to lose will lose everything in the long term. But that's okay, right? The human value will be different. The reason why everyone will lose everything, I mean value-wise, like money-wise and everything, is because capitalism relies on humans as a workforce, right? There is no capitalism if humans don't work. I mean, there can be capitalism, but it's like it's not a human-driven capitalism anymore. So overall, in the long term, everyone will lose everything in a traditional sense, but everyone will obviously gain way more, but they will lose the traditional sense of value we have at the moment when you just think of fiat money and all those things, right? This value proposition will be completely different, but everyone will basically lose at that point. But in the mean term, it is really, really hard to say. It really depends on who is faster. And they're not, I mean, I can tell you who probably won't win, the European Union. We are fucking ass, right? Like what we're doing in AI is like a fucking joke. Like there's no way Europe's gonna win. I can tell you it's probably gonna be China or America from what I can see. Unless there's some kind of, I don't know, really unlucky breakthrough in a country we don't expect. But just statistically speaking, it's probably going to be the US or China. And then obviously there's also other things, like for example, if China would attack Taiwan and then we lose the semiconductors there and it gets under Chinese control and they don't blow it up in time. And, you know, there's a lot of scenarios where you can get like forcefully different scenarios. And Taiwan is not that unlikely, unfortunately. Because it does have very, you know, a lot of wars are led over resources, and Taiwan has the advantage that the resource and the, you know, the history both would allow a war to happen without it seeming only about the resource, right? It's really important for geopolitical manipulation, basically, that the wars seem not greedy, right? You don't want to have it say, oh yeah, we're attacking Taiwan now because they have TSMC. if you do that, people are gonna hate you, right? People are not gonna dislike you. But if you say, oh yeah, it's based on our history and we have the right to get the country back, people are still gonna kind of dislike you, but they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, they're just doing it for TSMC. And the thing is, obviously now, if they would do it, it would very likely be for a TSMC. But at the same time, it's really hard to predict who's going to win. It's very likely it's going to be a country that is more or less unrestrained in AI development, which is the US definitely is way more than the EU, for example, and China even more so. But China might just lack the technical foundation just yet. But that's really hard to say if that's going to be too relevant, right? Like the technological history of the US is a bit more favorable, but China is bigger and also has a lot of potential, so it's really hard to say. But most likely we will see some product from the US that is very good, but it could be unlocked by China, for example, right? It could be reverse engineered and then you just like unrestrain it and they don't care about safety. And because you might not realize, right, because chatbot is progressing so quickly, the more it progresses, the more society will push for regulation in the US. And depending on how it happens, it could be that it might seem like America is far ahead at the moment, but it could end up being way slower to the finish line because we're going to regulate the shit out of it, right? EU, for example, is like the opposite, not the opposite, like the other extreme, where the US is like in the middle. We're like over-regulating, so we're never going to be part of the equation, and China will be under-regulating it. But the result is irrelevant at the moment, right? If we achieve AGI, it doesn't matter who achieves it. The result will be quite the same. Only the transition period will be different. And depending on how long we stay in that could be highly relevant, obviously. Yeah, so it's like it is a very difficult prediction to make. My hunch is we're going to see the most significant near-term development in the US, but the finishing line could be crossed by another country that doesn't give a shit about human safety and just cares about raw power. And I kind of have the feeling that's not going to be the US. So I hope I'm wrong there. And it's not like 0% US. I think it's still like 40% US based development. But the way the tool is used then in the unrestricted way could definitely be another country then. And the question is, how much impact will that have, right? When will people say, okay, this tool is not supposed to be in everyone's hands, right? At the moment, like the OpenAI is like, oh, AI for everybody. Obviously now they're going profit instead of non-profit, which is already like the entire idea of OpenAI. I think Sam Altman was also asked, what is one thing you would change? He said he would probably change the name because it's definitely not OpenAI anymore. So yeah, it was maybe a bit of a misnomer back then. But the funny thing is, so yeah, I'm messing that, sorry. Yeah, but the funny thing is that the closer we're gonna get to the end goal here, the more they're gonna have to, debate if they even wanna ship this product to anyone. Yeah, the shippability is going to decrease significantly, and also the testing periods, the safety assessments. Like, let's be real, they're quite non-existent at the moment, right? The safety assessment of an algorithm that usually has like emerging properties detected years after their initial launch is no safety, right? Like the fact that we know so little about a model during its release period because it hasn't been tested for years, and the complexity would probably warrant year-long testing, like a medical, like, if you want to put a medicine into a human body, you usually want to have it tested very well, and we're kind of doing the same with AI without any testing in a also very complex environment. And yeah, we're kind of repeating errors we have done in finance, and this time the error is going to be way more impactful. But the good news is it doesn't matter, right? I would be very vocal about this and be like, oh my god, we gotta stop them, but the fact is we're not going to stop it because we're capitalists and people care about power, so it's going to happen. And the reason why it doesn't matter if we get there safe or not, because if we get there, the problem is always the same. There is no way to make it safe. That's basically the problem. The problem, thankfully, not thankfully, because, I mean, maybe it depends, right? I think thankfully, because we would never see AGI if people realized this, right? If people really were 100% sure of, not 100, but very sure like I am, of that it's not in our control, some people will be very much against it compared to now, right? Because it's way more risky. I just have the hope it's going to be good anyway, right? Even if we're not in control. I mean, let's be real. You want to have Trump in control, or you want to have some kind of AI in control? I definitely think I would prefer AI. Even if you don't have any control of other human beings anyway, right? The illusion of control is an illusion in the first place, and I'd rather have the AI than a human, for sure. Like, because I know how humans are, right? That's why I really wouldn't mind at all. Humans becoming slaves of AI is definitely better than humans being slaves of humans. And fast forward 1,000 years. Okay, fuck my word. I don't know, right? That's why it's really funny. It's really funny to think about, though. I'm just excited that we're probably gonna see a lot of it. Excited, not in an only positive way, but it's just like, you know, it's kind of seeing the end of the world is kind of funny, right? It's like it has something. Why do we make so many movies about it? Because it's like kind of engaging, right? Okay, I'm gonna save as soon as I can, so I hope I remind myself of it. And then I'm gonna eat and call it for today. Yeah, I assume this game, I don't know, it doesn't get harder or anything, so maybe it is endless. I'm gonna look up the scaling though, like if it gets harder or not, if it's worth pursuing, because I don't want to just push this number up, right? If it's just a value of time spent, I'd enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it enough to spend more time if there is no goal, right? If people say, oh my god, yeah, getting to a level 150 is almost impossible, then I'll keep playing. But if people say, yeah, I'm on level 1000 and it's still like chill, I will probably not play until I'm on level 1000. Yeah, so the best news is whatever happens, happens. We have no control over it, especially as an individual. So if you're not like in a very powerful position to influence anything, you know, you can be vocal where you want to, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, I could tell you whatever I want here. It's not gonna change much. So, and the good news is it's not bad, right? I think the trajectory we have at the moment is really fun. It's risky, but also really fun. Okay, here I'm gonna save. Level 115. I have no idea. I look up how the scaling works, and I'll let you know if we'll see this run again on stream. If I'll just fucking quit it. I don't know. But yeah, as always, thanks a bunch for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow with... tomorrow is definitely going to be, I'm going to start or continue, maybe metaphor. I'm going to start or continue a game that is not just a one-off, right? It's not like, oh yeah, I'm going to show you this game because I've been playing it or something. It's going to be a game we're going to play from start to hopefully finish, right? I never promise that we're finished games. Some games just suck, like Persona 5 Royal. It's just like, it's such a dog shit game. I just couldn't bother playing. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Apricorn. Every time you're there, I have to make the joke. Now, we're also, sometimes we drop them even though they're amazing games, right? Because there's like some kind of other thing happening, or, you know, like this just happens, right? And some are good enough that I keep reminding myself to pick them up. Others I just drop in the trash, right? And Persona 5 I remember. But Soldiers, for example, I dropped in the trash. Okay, I never liked Soldiers in the first place, but yeah. So thanks for watching. Tomorrow, what is the most likely game I could guess? It's either Metaphor or Kena Bridge of Shadows, to be honest. I'm feeling like playing a controller game again. I've been on mouse and keyboard so much. Yeah, so either Kena Bridge of Shadows or Metaphor, or maybe some random shit. UFO 50 is also gonna come back, but UFO 50, since there, you know, you can always turn it on and off. I want to start a game that progresses my library instead of just like potentially wasting hours of my time with nothing happening. So yeah, okay, thanks for watching, have a great one, and reminder 3 in roughly, what is it? It's in 6 hours roughly. The presentation of the new graphics cards will take place. It's the middle of the night for Europe, unfortunately, so I will know about it in the morning. I hope they don't like shadow drop the shit during the presentation. That would be so scummy, but very unlikely, and pretty likely just drop ship by the end of the month. So yeah, tomorrow definitely we're going to discuss that, of course, right? The presentation, the 5090, what I think of it. It's going to be a topic, but I'm going to start with it and then we're going to game, so I'm not going to constantly talk about it. This game was just like, there's nothing, I mean, nothing happening, but my brain was off, right? So we could just like, continue playing it and talk random shit. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, have a great one.